Chapter 1269. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp and pleasant sounds came from the depths of the forest. At this moment, the open space in front of the wooden hut was in a mess. The ground was filled with marks left by knives and axes, like a series of ghastly wounds. It was hard to imagine what kind of damage it would cause if the giant axe and blade were to hit a person's body. However, the two people in the battle did not seem to have suffered much damage. Ha! 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 Sparta roared angrily. Every time he swung his double-sided axe, he would let out a deafening roar. Not only was this old man old, but his voice was also not soft. If Battle Roar could shout someone to death, Jiang Shao would have died 10,000 times. Unfortunately, this bearded old man's battle roar seemed to only be effective on himself. It seems to be used to increase his aura? Ha! Sparta swung his double-sided axe, and waves of violent star energy surged crazily. It was so dense that it was suffocating. Jiang Shao flashed and stood dozens of meters away. He tilted his head and looked at Sparta with a sneer. Hee. Obviously, such an expression made the other party very dissatisfied. Sparta widened his eyes in anger, and his muscles bulged. Rip. Due to using too much strength, the cloth he was wearing was actually torn apart by his bulging muscles. F***CK? Jiang Shao was shocked. Why? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why did you tear your clothes in advance? Usually, in fighting games, wouldn't female characters only have the benefit of tearing their clothes after they lose? Of course, Jiang Shao did not think that tearing the clothes of the burly man in front of him was a form of benefit. Die! Sparta roared angrily. His tattered clothes were torn open, revealing his steel-like muscles. As the giant axe slashed horizontally, a series of huge semicircular arcs spread out, covering the sky and earth like a dense swarm of bees as they swept towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao pursed his lips, and his figure flashed lightly, silently dodging the axe marks that filled the sky. It was an understatement. Well, the most important thing was that he was well dressed. The sea-devouring robe couldn't help but roll up its collar and scratch Jiang Zhao's chin. You scared me to death. The sea-devouring cloak was really worried that its owner would go crazy and clash head-on with the other party, tearing its cloak apart. Of course, the sea-devouring robe was a large and spacious cloak after all, so it would still be difficult to break it with one's muscles. Stop fooling around. Jiang Shao shook his head and rubbed his chin, feeling a little itchy. What are you doing? You want to interact with me at this time? F***CK. Can't you tell that he's Star Gene Shield? This is such a tense and serious occasion, and this tattered clothes dares to tickle my chin and tease me? Do you think I'm second last? On the other side, the ragged Sparta had a sinister expression. Although he had a place to vent his strength, he was still extremely furious. Since the beginning of the battle, he had never really touched Jiang Shao, not even the corner of his clothes. Be it the use of star techniques, movement techniques, or footwork, Jiang Shao was extremely light and nimble, which reminded Sparta of his melee combat teammate. Little bastard, it seems. Hopkins had a reason to hand your life over to me. Sparta waved his hand and two large palms appeared above his shoulders. The palms were translucent and floated in the air. There were no arms except for the palms. Sparta threw the giant axe up and the two palms floating above his shoulders immediately grabbed the axe tightly. Hand it to you? Jiang Shao held the giant sword in his hand and swung it casually. The grayish-colored scorching yang blade was covered in cracks. As Jiang Zhao's hands moved, the scorching yang blade rotated and a scorching wave of star power overflowed in all directions. The forest ground around Jiang Shao, which was supposed to be full of green plants, was instantly tainted by the grayish-red wave of scorching yang energy. In just 3 seconds, the land around Jiang Shao had already turned into scorched earth. With Jiang Shao as the center, dense cracks spread out like a spider web, tearing the ground apart and spreading outwards. Hopkins told me that an arrogant and ignorant kid would come to me. Sparta picked up a double-sided axe again. Sparta continued, Hopkins asked me to teach you what awe is. I'll give you the last lesson of your life, and let you know what kind of person you've provoked. I'll tear apart your stupidity, and let you die at my feet with a heart full of awe. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, You've been deceived. What did you say? The illusory palms on both sides of Sparta's shoulders continued to move upwards and finally floated to a meter above his head. The shaft of the giant double-sided axe in the illusory hands also became longer and longer, clearly intended to be used as a long-pole weapon. Jiang Shao said, In fact, your master doesn't think that you can stop me. He gave me a map. In addition to your location, there are 5 other locations on it. Sparta's face darkened, and his voice also became gloomy. He's my partner, not my master. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and shrugged. Fine, whatever you want. Anyway, that old guy doesn't think that you can succeed. He gave you 1 mission, but he gave me 6. According to you, I need to deal with 6 arrogant and ignorant old guys who don't know how to respect others? Shut up, mouth. Sparta's expression was ferocious, and his glaring eyes were bloodshot. It could be seen that Jiang Zhao's previous trash talk did not have any real effect, but the words just now, especially the words about Hopkins, did hurt the shield's heart. How can Jiang Zhao spoil you like that? You have to hit where it hurts. The more irrational you are, the better it is for me. Jiang Zhao said, Catherine, show your Lord Shield the map. Let him see with his own eyes what mission Hopkins gave me. Of course, Catherine obeyed Jiang Zhao unconditionally. She hurriedly opened the map and faced Sparta. Sparta's eyes became even more bloodshot, and his breathing became heavier. His chest heaved up and down violently. He saw the map and the 6 marks on it. So, he was deceived. Of course, deception was not the most important thing. What hurt him the most was distrust. It was contempt. It was contempt. The older one got, the more they cared about their pride, especially for this old guy who had once been glorious. He was still immersed in the memories of his rule and could not tolerate any contempt. However, Hopkins' map had already shown everything. From the bottom of his heart, Hopkins did not think that Sparta could win at all. Otherwise, there would be no need to mark the route behind, and there would be no need to draw out the route behind. Jiang Zhao tilted his head slightly and said with a smile, What's wrong? Are you sad? Why don't you become my disciple and become my believer? You may not believe it, but I can give you what Hopkins can give you. I'm not a pet, nor am I a believer. I'm equal to him. Sparta suddenly turned to look at Jiang Zhao, raised a finger, and said, Remember what I said. You will die. Within 30 seconds. Jiang Zhao shrugged. I'm looking forward to it. F***CK? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao suddenly turned sideways, and a 2-handed axe brushed past his shoulder. It was a close shave. Sparta flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Zhao, slashing down with the double-sided axe in his hand. The axe was mixed with a wave of star power, and it even felt like it was going to tear the space apart. Of course, Jiang Zhao did not give it away for nothing. Before his brain could react, his body had already moved. The moment he dodged sideways, the scorching sun blade in his hand swung at the muscular man in front of him like it had done thousands of times before. Ding! The giant axe in Sparta's hand landed heavily on the ground. He did not resist, but the double-sided axe above his head blocked Jiang Zhao's scorching sunblade. In an instant, waves of blue star power intertwined with the grayish-red scorching sun star power. Kacha! 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 Sparta's expression suddenly changed. The double-sided axe in the illusory hand above his head was his star martial transformation. It was the invincible and proudest weapon in his heart. It was the double-sided axe that had reached the second stage of star martial transformation. However, at this moment, The double-sided axe that had reached the second stage of star martial transformation was actually split apart inch by the scorching sun blade in Jiang Zhao's hand. It was torn apart inch by inch. This? Sparta could not care less. He swung the axe in his hand and slashed at Jiang Zhao again. Can't afford to play? Can't afford to play. Jiang Zhao almost stomped his feet and cursed. Damn it, you have 4 hands. 2 of your star martial transformations and you're taking turns to chop me? Jiang Zhao flashed and instantly appeared behind Sparta. He held the blade in his right hand and stabbed forward while his left hand suddenly reached behind him. A space door suddenly opened behind him, and he threw out a giant steel blade. Jiang Zhao immediately grabbed the giant steel blade in his hand. In an instant, the ordinary steel blade was soaked in waves of scorching sun star power. When Jiang Zhao held the blade in his left hand and slashed at Sparta, it had completely transformed into the scorching sun blade that was covered in cracks on the ground. In an instant, there was a storm of blood. Catherine clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Her body could not help but tremble slightly, and her heart was beating violently. Catherine was probably the only person in this world who was lucky enough to accompany the 2 prophets as an ally. Catherine knew very little about Hopkins. To her, Hopkins was an old man who exuded a mysterious aura from head to toe, even his hair. No one knew his true strength, and Catherine had never seen him fight with anyone. However, Catherine was very clear about one thing, and that was that she could not resist at all. Catherine obediently did everything that Hopkins asked of her. Whether it was her current image, her attitude towards people, even the way she spoke, or the size of her steps, they were all in accordance with the requirements of the great prophet. As for the little prophet in front of her, although Catherine had not been fortunate enough to see the old prophet fight, she had seen the strength of the little prophet. He was actually this strong. He was actually a great shield warrior at the end of the hard steel star stage. Could it be that when he dealt with Plato's team, he was just playing around? Or did the little prophet grow too fast? As it turned out, bigger was not necessarily better. Of course, Jiang Zhao's scorching sunblade was not small either. After all, its foundation was a giant blade. However, compared to Sparta's double-sided giant axe, the scorching sun blade did seem a little small. However, the giant axe that had turned into a star martial transformations twice seemed fragile in front of the scorching sun blade. It was also proven that 4 hands might not be able to defeat 2 hands. The seemingly harmless young man did not have bulging muscles, a huge body, a round, angry eyes, or a beast-like roar, but however, such a young man was far more terrifying than the burly man with the giant axe. They were both valiant, but a higher level of arrogance and domineeringness. Can you imagine the scene of a small sports car crazily attacking a large off-road vehicle? Crack! A crisp, shattering sound was heard. The giant axe in Sparta's hand was actually chopped into pieces by Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao swung the giant blade again, without adjusting his movements at all. With the inertia, he continued to slash the giant blade towards the ground. The giant blade that was slashing towards the ground should not have caused any damage to Sparta. After all, he had locked onto the wrong target, but whoosh! Jiang Zhao flashed on the spot. He instantly adjusted his position. It was amazing. The strength and angle of the slash did not change, but the scorching sunblade that was slashing towards the ground was slashing towards Sparta's forehead. Sparta's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly flashed and retreated. Huh! Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Sparta, who was dozens of meters away and panting heavily. At this moment, there were only 2 illusory hands above his head, and the double-sided giant axe had already been shattered. Ha! Jiang Zhao's hands drooped naturally, and the scorching sun blade landed on the ground, causing the surrounding grass to instantly turn into charred soil. He said, "Sparta, you're indeed a senior. We agreed to teach each other to respect each other, But you secretly learned it first? Shut up. Sparta gritted his teeth and squeezed those words out of his mouth. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the blood in his chest surged. He suddenly half knelt on the ground and picked up a double-sided giant axe from the ground. As he waved his palms, a series of stars smashed onto his body. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this a buff? So, is this guy saying he's getting serious? Jiang Shao grinned. Catherine. Sir, what can I do for you? Catherine hurriedly snapped back to her senses. Jiang Shao said, King-crushing hoop. This. Catherine looked at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly and asked, Sir, are you sure? Space-time gap and calamity ruin are the only 2-star techniques you have left. I'm sure. Jiang Shao nodded slightly and slowly raised the scorching sun blade to point at Sparta. This time, if you want to escape again, you won't be able to escape as gracefully as before. Ah! Sparta roared furiously and dragged his giant axe while being surrounded by stars. There was a thin mist under his feet as he charged towards Jiang Shao frantically. His speed was obviously much faster than before. While Sparta was sprinting, he swung his giant axe frantically and a series of axe blade storms burst out. Jiang Shao gripped the giant sword tightly and swung it violently. Poke, pick, hack, slash, the densely packed arcs of the axe blade were smashed by Jiang Shao one by one. Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, this little boat rocked amidst the raging waves, revealing 2 words. Wave. Steady. The off-road vehicle and the sports car were extremely close to each other. When the two of them were only 5 meters away from each other, Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed and the scorching sun blade in his right hand suddenly flew out. At the same time, Jiang Shao tensed his thighs and darted out. The giant sword that was spinning at an extremely fast speed was clearly beyond Sparta's expectations. Catherine had long activated the king-crushing ring, and Sparta, who couldn't flash, had no choice but to subconsciously raise the giant axe in his hand to block the unexpected and extremely fast attack at such a short distance. Kacha! It shattered. It shattered with a single blow. The scorching sun blade was blasted away, and the giant axe in Sparta's hand that had undergone the second star martial transformation suddenly shattered. Catherine covered her mouth with one hand. Jiang Shao and the giant sword that he had thrown out were charging forward at the same time. However, the giant sword was spinning horizontally at an extremely fast speed, while Jiang Shao was charging forward parallel to the ground. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded to diamond quality level 9. Jiang Shao vaguely seemed to have received some incredible information. Screech! The blade penetrated his flesh. Don't forget that Jiang Shao had thrown out a sword, but he still had another in his left hand. The terrifying scorching sun blade instantly tore through Sparta's terrifying steel-like defense. In fact, when the scorching sun blade pierced into Sparta's chest, it instantly burned the skin around his wound into charred soil. Scorching sun is like fire, but also like me. End of stars? I'm killing End of Stars. One of the gods who conquered the European continent? Then you should be glad that you became a god 60 years ago. At that time, I didn't exist yet. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. Usually, Sparta would use absolute power to destroy all living beings, but today, he faced the same outcome. The giant blade made of pure scorching sun star power tore apart his giant axe, tore apart his buffs, and even pierced through his terrifyingly tough skin, piercing through his muscular body. The scorching sun blade now had more than just one void scourge star slot. Back then, just one scorching sun star slot had completely changed the background of Jiang Zhao's star map. At this moment, Jiang Shao was about to explode with 7 scorching sun star slots. Boom! Boom! Wearing a cloak, Jiang Shao flew forward with a large off-road vehicle and blasted through the entire wooden house before crashing into a giant tree in the distance. The moment the tip of the scorching sun blade that penetrated Sparta's body pierced into the giant tree, the tree was instantly burned to a charred color that spread all the way to the tall branches and leaves. On the giant tree, the dense green leaves rapidly withered and turned into dust under the gentle breeze. Sparta leaned against the tree with his eyes widened, but his gaze was dull. He looked down at Jiang Shao in a daze and let out an unconscious moan while blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Shao said, "King Broken Hoop." Catherine didn't dare to delay and hurriedly cancelled the King Broken Hoop. Jiang Shao opened the space door and waved the scorching sun blade in his hand. He then swept Sparta into his space with a whip kick. Gotcha! This whip kick also smashed the charred trees behind him into smithereens. Behind the door was Jiang Shou, who was standing silently. Seeing that Sparta was flying over, Jiang Shou stabbed the wound caused by the scorching sun blade into Sparta's chest. A star map of the sea-devouring soul lit up on Jiang Shou's body. He looked up at Sparta and said softly, "Don't be a god. Be my Mecca. I'll take you to slay a god." The 5,400-word chapter will never get stuck. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. In addition, he shamelessly asked for a few tips. This was the first time he had shamelessly asked for a few tips since he started the book. The main reason was that he was still short of 4 Alliance Masters. Then, the book would have the achievements and medals of the 100 Alliance Masters. That would also be a worthy achievement. I'm just short of 4 Alliance Masters. I'll try my best to fight for them. Is there any boss who would like to lend me a hand? In addition, all of you, please do what you can and don't interfere with normal life. I'm cupping my fist. Chapter 1270. In Second Last's Ruins of Calamity in the Xinglin courtyard of the capital. At 2 in the morning, it was the time to fall asleep. However, Second Last, who was lying on the lower berth, was staring at the upper berth with her eyes wide open. The little fellow on the upper berth was breathing erratically and tossing and turning from time to time. She seemed to be having trouble falling asleep. Finally, Second Last couldn't take it anymore. If he wanted to sleep next to her, he had to ensure that it was clean, not to mention that the upper and lower berths were so close. She asked, "Can't sleep?" "Yeah." Jiang Shao, who was lying on the upper berth, rested his head on the soft pillow and looked up at the dark and deep sky with a complicated expression. After some thought, he said, "I have a piece of news to tell you, but you have to promise me that I won't be impulsive." Clearly, Second Last knew that Hopkins had barged into the Dragon Cave. In the Xinglin army, Jiang Shao could choose not to tell anyone about it in order to avoid his companion's worries. However, it was obviously unrealistic to hide it from Second Last. Hence, he might as well tell her now to avoid future conflict. Second Last stared at the bed quietly. She thought that Jiang Shao was moaning because she had brought too much supper and he was too full. It seemed that he had encountered some problems in the Dragon Cave. It can't be. Where else in this world can Jiang Shao be in danger? Jiang Shao flipped over and lay on the bed while holding on to the edge of the bed with one hand. He then popped his head out of the bed and looked at Second Last. "I might take a while to come back." Upon hearing this, Second Last got up abruptly and stood beside the bed while holding on to the edge of the bed. She then stared at Jiang Shao and asked, "What happened? Did you destroy the Dragon Cave?" Jiang Shao was speechless. At the same time, in Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world, Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Star quality. Good steel should be spent on the blade. Jiang Shao was not stingy at all and threw 10,000 points into the Xia family swordsmanship. Finally, he graduated another basic technique and reached the maximum level. All of a sudden, a stream of techniques fused into Jiang Zhao's brain. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, there weren't any new tricks or flourishes. However, Jiang Shao felt a sense of mastery. With the giant sword in his hand, he truly understood what it meant to do as he pleased. He no longer rigidly adhered to the various forms of the giant blade technique. His movements, routines, and even the footwork to complement the giant blade technique were no longer as rigid as before. From the exquisite high-level techniques to the low-level techniques, there seemed to be a line that connected everything Jiang Shao knew about the giant blade. This feeling, Fong Tian halberd leveled up. Diamond grade level 1. Fong Tian halberd leveled up. Diamond grade level 2. Fong Tian halberd leveled up. Diamond grade level 3. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The giant blade technique had nothing to do with the square sky halberd technique. However, after the giant blade skill was maxed out, the polearm skill actually grew exponentially. What was going on? Comprehend by analogy? Was it a bonus from his mastery of the movement technique and footwork after he reached the peak of his great blade technique? But why don't dagger mastery and battle saber mastery have the effect of parallel comprehension? Is it because the square sky halberd is the same as the giant blade? They're both two-handed large-scale weapons? In a battle, there are some aspects that have the same effect through different means. Catherine did not dare to disturb Jiang Shao and simply waited quietly for Little Prophet's orders. Half an hour later, Jiang Shao finally said, "Let's go next." Behind him, Catherine stepped forward and said softly, "Sir, you should rest a little longer. I can brew a pot of tea and make some snacks for you." Jiang Shao said, "Let's go." As he spoke, Jiang Shao floated up and Catherine hurriedly caught up with him. Finally, he took a look at the messy battlefield below. There were collapsed wooden houses, broken trees, scars all over the place, and a cracked and charred land, perhaps. This is what a top-notch star warrior looks like after a battle. While thinking about it, Catherine flew behind Jiang Shao with an even more respectful expression. She also seemed to have become more cautious. After finding the first stop, it was much easier to find the second stop. According to the route given on the map, the two of them flew all the way north for less than 20 minutes and saw a magnificent manor on a vast grassland. In the huge courtyard of the manor, there were also white horses galloping with rainbow-colored manes. In their line of sight, there was a group of men and women from the Rainbow Clan who had excellent physical appearance. They were dressed in clothes that were similar to those of human society and were extremely particular about their clothes. They seemed to be participating in a horsemanship competition. In the huge courtyard of the manor there were all kinds of obstacles. A handsome young man from the Rainbow Clan was wearing an expensive knight's attire and riding a rainbow horse while completing his own competition. Noticing that two people were quickly floating in the sky, the huge men and women from the Rainbow Clan in the manor stopped and looked up at the sky. The group of handsome men and women sized up Jiang Shao and Catherine from head to toe with a hint of curiosity and excitement on their faces. The aesthetic standards of the Rainbow Clan were similar to those of humans. Clearly, the Rainbow Clan admired Catherine, who was dressed in an expensive evening gown and had her hair tied up high. As for Jiang Shao, well, he was dressed in a pitch-black cloak and looked especially mysterious. Clearly, the Rainbow Clan here should be in a state of isolation. Due to their absolute confidence in their abilities, they did not show much resistance or hostility towards the outsiders. Instead, they seemed to be eager to try. In the huge manor, in the huge horsemanship competition venue, there was only one judge's table, and there seemed to be an old man in a suit sitting behind it. He had white, curly hair and was wearing a black suit and a white shirt. The top two buttons of the white shirt were unbuttoned and he looked unrestrained. There was a bright smile on his wrinkled face. He raised his head and looked at the two people who were floating in the sky. He then waved at Jiang Shao. "Come, my friend." Jiang Shao was speechless. This man was a far cry from the reckless Sparta from before. "Who is it?" Jiang Shao asked. There was a look of reminiscence in Catherine's eyes. After thinking for a while, she said, "It's very likely that it's the prince codenamed Troy. He's also a member of the Prophet's team and one of the gods who conquered the European continent." Ha! Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Don't label them as gods. They'll be easily slaughtered." Catherine pursed her lips and nodded gently without daring to refute. In fact, Jiang Zhao's existence was also shattering Catherine's faith time and time again. At the end of the day, Catherine was also a member of Planet Conversion. Before she met Jiang Shao, she was also a devout believer who knelt in the pantheon every day and night and worshipped the god. However, Jiang Shao was subverting her worldview and tearing her beliefs and cognition apart. "Hello, friend. You're Jiang Xiaopi, right?" The old man stood up and buttoned up the abdomen button of his suit. Seeing that Jiang Shao had floated down, he extended his right hand to Jiang Shao in a friendly manner. However, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Shouldn't such a glorious king-level figure be so humble and kind? However, Jiang Shao did not hesitate. He stood opposite the judge's table and extended his hand to shake hands with the suave old man. "Hello, Troy? Seems like you know me. Sit down and watch this competition. It's very exciting." Troy smiled and sat down before unbuttoning his suit again. He shook his head and pushed his shoulder-length curly hair to the back of his head. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable sense of elegance. "No, I'm in a hurry," Jiang Shao said. "Equestrian competition?" Jiang Shao was not in the mood to watch. Besides, even if Jiang Shao had the time, he would not be interested. If it were basketball or kickboxing, Jiang Shao would still be interested. But equestrian? To put it bluntly, Jiang Shao? He did not understand. What was the point of this? If the knights were equipped with heavenly halberds, they would race and kill at the same time. The one who survived to the end would win. Jiang Shao would still be interested. "Young man, it seems like you need to learn to be more mature." Troy raised his head and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao nodded seriously and said, "Very good, you are already on the right track. Say a few more words. This way, the scene of our battle will be more exciting." Hearing this, Troy dragged out a long nasal sound and looked like he was thinking. It seemed like Jiang Zhao's response made him very confused. Seeing this, Jiang Shao was also a little confused and asked, "What did Hopkins say to you?" Troy leaned back against the back of the chair and said, "He said that he made a new friend and he will visit me in a few days." Jiang Shao was speechless. Troy looked at Jiang Shao thoughtfully and said, "So, you are here to fight with me?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Yes or no, it's up to you." Behind him, Catherine's eyes flashed and she silently lowered her eyes. To others, this kind of conversation was nothing. But to Catherine, it was too dramatic. If the world knew who the person sitting in front of Jiang Shao was, what kind of glorious history he had, and how powerful he was, they would understand how domineering Jiang Zhao's words were at this moment. "I am old, friend. I have forgotten how to fight." Troy smiled and shook his head. He turned around and waved his hand at a handsome rainbow youth behind him. Soon, the rainbow youth brought a chair and placed it on the opposite side of the judge's table, and beside Jiang Shao. Troy took out a deck of poker cards and placed it on the judge's table. He said, "If you are here to decide the winner, we can use another method, right? That way you can go back and report to him." Jiang Shao frowned slightly. He seemed to understand the meaning behind Troy's words. Obviously, in Troy's heart, Hopkins was someone that he didn't want to offend. Choosing to use this method to decide the winner was also a form of protection for both sides. It was fine as long as they could report to each other. Faintly, Jiang Shao felt that Troy was afraid of Hopkins. Jiang Shao said, "No, you misunderstood. I am not here to decide the winner with you. Also, I don't need to report to him." Troy's gray eyes suddenly lit up, that look, as if he had heard something incredible. Jiang Shao silently observed Troy. He seemed to be able to feel the other's psychological activity. It seemed that Troy had always thought that Jiang Shao was a new slave of Hopkins. "Thank you for the 80,000 reward from the chief, who suffered the cold wind for you. Boss is generous. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1271. A hint of excitement appeared on Troy's face as he said, "Then all the more reason for us to play a few rounds." Jiang Shao looked at the excited old man and said, "I'm not interested." As he spoke, he waved at Catherine, who was standing next to him. In that case, there was no need for him to stay here. Troy suddenly said, "The winner will ask the other party a question and the other party must answer truthfully. How about that?" Hearing this, Jiang Shao blinked. To be honest, Jiang Shao was rather interested in the suggestion. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure if I can win you. I hardly play poker." "Oh friend, please rest assured. I won't cheat and I don't care to cheat," Troy said while shuffling the cards. Troy looked up at Jiang Shao while shuffling the cards. "I can tell that you also have some questions about Hopkins, right? I've been his teammate for decades. I know everything you want to know." Jiang Shao thought about it and sat down. Troy smiled and said, "How about 24 points? Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay, let's compare the number of points." Troy was speechless. Then, Jiang Shao snatched the cards from Troy's hand and spread them into a fan shape. He said simply and crudely, "Draw." Troy's expression was strange. He looked at the young man who didn't play by the rules and hesitated for a moment before casually drawing a card. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly and gestured to Troy's card. "Friend, I said I won't cheat." "I don't care to cheat," Troy said while flipping the card in his hand. It was a jack of hearts. "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded and spread the cards in his hand. He picked a queen of hearts and placed it on the table. "Okay, I win." Troy was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao ignored the dumbfounded Troy and asked directly, "Why did you survive in Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world? Have you lost interest in the outside world?" Troy stared at the Queen of Hearts in a daze. After a while, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and shook his white curly hair. Tilting his head, he gestured towards the beautifully built horse farm and said, "Do you think I look like someone who has lost interest in life?" Jiang Shao said, "No, it seems that you're full of passion for life." Troy shrugged his shoulders and said, "What you see might not be the truth. In fact, I'm a prisoner, an old man who's been imprisoned here." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "Hopkins is your teammate, a teammate who conquered the European continent together. Why would he imprison you? Did something happen?" Troy snatched the cards from Jiang Zhao's hand. "There are quite a few questions. Now, it's your turn to draw." As he spoke, Troy waved his hand and spread the cards evenly on the table from left to right. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's body stiffened. The elegant smile on Troy's face gradually changed. From sunny and suave, it instantly became evil. He lowered his head slightly and looked up at Jiang Shao. "It seems that you've lost." Jiang Zhao's body stiffened. He couldn't move his limbs and head, but he didn't lose the right to speak. "Is that so?" Troy's palm moved from right to left, putting away the cards that were spread out. "You shouldn't have let me do this, child. From the moment you sat on the gambling table without any precaution, you've already won or lost. It's only a matter of time." Sigh. In the distance, Catherine's expression was extremely complicated. She didn't know what to do. As he spoke, a puppet star map bloomed in front of Troy's chest. And it was a marionette star map. As Troy's fingers shook slightly, Jiang Zhao's body was like a marionette as he gently raised his arm. Troy smiled and said, "Now we can have some fun." Under Troy's control, Jiang Shao reached out to take the cards and began to shuffle them skillfully. Jiang Shao said, "So, all of this is fake. It's a scam." Troy pursed his lips and said, "Regarding the prisoner, my answer is very sincere. He promised me that if I kill you, he'll let me return to the outside world and give me freedom." While being manipulated to shuffle the cards, Jiang Shao said, "Maybe you should have controlled me when we shook hands." Troy shook his head and smiled. However, he stepped on the ground and said, At that time, I was still carefully activating the King Broken Ring underground and preparing for my star martial arts. You're a powerful star warrior, right? You won't let me wave my hand in front of you and remain indifferent, right? Jiang Shao said while being manipulated to deal the card. Maybe we can talk. Troy suddenly hooked his index finger. Smack. Jiang Shao raised his left hand abruptly and slapped himself in the face. Troy chuckled and said, "Kid, maybe you should shut up and play with me for the last round of your life." Jiang Shao remained expressionless and moved his jaw. "I originally wanted to talk to you and provide you with some other paths in life, but, to be honest, you've made everything easier." Troy suddenly leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table. He looked at Jiang Shao with interest and said, "Who do you think you are? Why should I negotiate with someone who's about to die? Apart from spatial star techniques, there's no way you can escape from my star map. Come on, kid, please surprise me. I'm waiting." Jiang Shao said quietly, "You will, very soon. How long do I have to wait exactly?" Troy casually picked up a poker card and said, "Your mouth seems to be stronger than your strength." Jiang Shao said quietly, "Please cherish the few seconds you're still alive." Smack. It was another slap and Jiang Zhao's head was tilted to the side by his own palm. There was a burning pain on his face. Jiao Yang endurance really lives up to its name. Really? It hurts. Jiang Shao spat out a mouthful of saliva. There was no anger, no cursing, just like a stone man without any emotions. Troy asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, "You won't know that this is the moment when you'll truly lose your freedom." The King of Spades in Troy's hand. Suddenly, a layer of astral power appeared. "Maybe I should slit your neck first and let a corpse play with me here. Then, I'll go back and report. Corpses aren't as talkative as you are, Troy's expression stiffened and his brain was in a mess. His gaze that was previously filled with a victorious look immediately became extremely muddled. He clutched his head tightly with both hands. His face suddenly became incomparably distorted, and his body also began to tremble slightly. Jiaoyang enmity. Negative state. Chaos. In a daze, Troy vaguely heard the sound of a table being flipped. In a state of extreme confusion, he could no longer continue using star transformation. Jiang Shao, who had long activated Jiao Yang enmity, had been waiting for a long time. As a marionette star map that controlled a human's body, the output was, of course, continuous. Although the probability of Jiao Yang enmity being triggered was only 7%, as long as Troy continued to work hard to control Jiang Zhao's body, enmity would definitely be triggered. When his body was being controlled, Jiang Shao would not be able to use any of the star techniques that required accompanying move. However, enmity could be activated without any accompanying moves. Bang! The card table was suddenly lifted and a pile of cards scattered and fell from the sky. The sky was filled with cards and Jiang Zhao's figure had already passed through the layers of cards. The Jiao Yang blade in his hand instantly pierced through Troy's chest. Screech! The blade penetrated his flesh. Catherine, who was far away, widened her eyes in surprise. That sound sounded so perfect to her ears. Troy felt a chill run down his spine, and his eyes suddenly widened while his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. By the time he reacted, he had already been hugged by the young man in front of him. To be exact, Jiang Shao held the sword in his right hand and stabbed him in the chest. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao's left arm was wrapped around Troy's neck. Jiang Shao moved his lips close to Troy's ear and whispered, "I'm different from Hopkins. At least he gave you hope." While speaking, Jiang Shao waved his hand and a space door opened behind him. With the chaos in Troy, his star map, including the King Broken Ring that he secretly activated underground, had all disappeared. Jiang Shao kicked Troy into the space door not far away. As the giant blade was pulled out of his body, a large amount of blood poured down and stained the cards on the ground. The sea-engulfing robe stretched out its collar and wiped the blood off Jiang Zhao's face. The blood that was splattered on Jiang Zhao's body disappeared without a trace after being melted by the water of star power of the sea-engulfing robe. Jiang Zhao turned to look at Catherine and said, "Let's go." Next. While speaking, Jiang Zhao looked around and nodded slightly at the huge group of rainbow men and women before floating up. Catherine resisted the trembling in her heart and lowered her head, saying softly, "Yes, sir," she only needed one chance. The legendary star god, Prince Troy, in front of him, from the start to the end of the battle, it really only took half a second. Why did Troy's face suddenly turn pale, and why did he suddenly hug his head with both hands, losing control of the star map and the maintenance of the King Broken Ring? Catherine didn't know. She didn't want to and didn't dare to find out. Leaving behind the blood-stained poker cards on the ground and the overturned table, she chased after the figure in the black cloak in front of her and quickly flew up into the sky. In the horse field, the handsome men and beautiful women of the rainbow race looked at each other and didn't dare to act rashly. They just watched the two of them leave until the figure disappeared into the sky. But a rainbow youth threw the riding hat on his head onto the ground. The slave master is dead? I can finally stop playing this boring game? He ran his fingers through his golden hair, which shone brightly under the sunlight. Pa! 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 A series of hats fell onto the ground. A rainbow youth wrapped his arm around the waist of the girl beside him and kissed her passionately. Jiang Zhao did not know that on the second day after he left, the men and women of the Rainbow Clan had erected a huge statue for him in this huge manner. "Thank you, Leader Panda Boy, for the reward. Boss is generous. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1272. Jiang Zhao and Catherine flew all the way to the northeast, passed through a forest, followed the flowing river, and flew in the direction of the coastline. It was getting late and the sun was setting. The crimson clouds dyed the distant sky red, adding a special charm to the beautiful scenery of the peninsula. At this point in time, Jiang Zhao and Catherine saw a small wooden hut standing on the cliff. The wooden hut faced the sea, and the backyard of the wooden hut was filled with a sea of flowers. Amidst the sound of waves crashing against the reef, Jiang Zhao and Catherine slowly stopped in midair and looked down. In his line of sight, behind the slightly dilapidated cabin, was an extremely beautiful sea of flowers. Among the flowers, there was a white-haired old lady with her head lowered and hands behind her back. Her clothes were very ordinary and somewhat masculine. The light-colored plaid shirt seemed to be for men and should have been worn for many years. Although it looked a little shabby, it was very clean. Anyone who saw the old lady for the first time would think of her as skinny. She was simply too skinny, like a bamboo pole. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her down. There was a gentle breeze, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The rising and falling waves also brought the salty and humid smell of the sea, which mixed with the fragrance of the flowers to form a special smell. Such a scene was beautiful enough. What made the scene even more desolate was that there was a tombstone in front of the old lady who was standing with her head lowered and hands behind her back. There was also a special grave next to the tombstone. The grave seemed to have been dug out not long ago, and there was a pile of soil next to it. It was empty. The old lady turned around, raised her head slightly, and looked at Jiang Zhao and Catherine who were standing in the sky. She sized them up for a moment, then fixed her eyes on Jiang Zhao and said, "You're here." "Yes, I'm here." Jiang Zhao nodded gently and slowly landed in the courtyard of the Sea of Flowers. The old lady turned her head and looked at the tombstone in front of her again. She said, "You're here to take my life." Jiang Zhao also looked at the tombstone and said, "What about you? Did Hopkins promise you that as long as you kill me, he'll give you freedom?" The old lady shook her head and said, "I don't need that." Jiang Zhao frowned slightly. After witnessing Troy's deceitful behavior just now, Jiang Zhao naturally knew what their goal was. The old lady said, "From the direction you're flying, You seem to be from Sparta and Troy. Jiang Shao couldn't understand the words on the tombstone and simply said, "Okay." The old lady asked, "Are they all dead?" Jiang Shao said, "Okay." Sigh. The old granny shook her head as a bitter smile appeared on her face, saying, "It's time to accompany him." The old lady then turned around and faced Jiang Shao. Her wrinkled face was imprinted with the traces of time. She suddenly said, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and did not respond. She pointed to the empty grave at the side and said, "After you complete your mission, can you bury me here?" Still vigilant, Jiang Shao asked in a low voice, "What did Hopkins tell you?" The old lady smiled and there seemed to be a hint of disdain between her brows. "He said that he found one of his kind. New gods always have to step on the bones of old gods to ascend to the throne." Jiang Shao shook his head silently and said, "I'm not the same kind of person as him. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." "Whatever." The old lady did not respond and only smiled. She walked to the empty grave and silently closed her eyes. She said, "You can do it now." The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the old lady's body, painting her skinny figure with a layer of orange. Jiang Shao looked at the tombstone and asked, "Who is he?" She replied, "My lover." Jiang Shao asked, "What happened?" The old lady opened her eyes again and looked at the tombstone at the side. She said, "He's old. When the time comes, he doesn't want me to extend his life anymore. I've spent my entire life with him, and I've always respected him. In fact, I've always regretted it. Maybe that was the last time I should have been more willful." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said quietly, "When I saw Sparta, he said that he wanted to use my flesh and blood to spill all over his courtyard. When I saw Troy, he invited me to a game of cards and tried to control me, using my life in exchange for his freedom. You, on the other hand, dug your own grave." The old lady looked at Jiang Zhao's young face and said calmly, "I don't need freedom. In fact, I don't have anything to miss in this world. I just promised him that I would live. Otherwise, what you see here should be 2 tombstones. Now, you've come to me with the victory of a shield warrior and a rules awakened. Obviously, I can't survive. I'm just a medical awakened." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "What a coincidence, me too." The old lady looked slightly surprised. After a while, she shook her head and smiled. "All right, it doesn't matter anymore. Let's do it." Jiang Shao was silent for a few seconds and said, "Sorry, Maram, I'm afraid it's difficult for me to fulfill your wish." The old lady was obviously stunned. She looked at Jiang Shao with her turbid eyes and said, "You have to think about the consequences. I don't know what your abilities are, but if you disobey Hopkins's will, he will make you wish you were dead." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not his believer, nor am I his disciple, nor am I his subordinate." Hearing this, the old lady's eyes widened slightly as if she had heard something incredible. After a while, she said, "If you're not here to kill me, please leave now. He likes peace." Jiang Shao said, "Would you like to talk to me about Hopkins?" Then Jiang Shao turned to look at Catherine in the distance and said, "I heard you have hot tea and cakes." "Yes, sir." Catherine immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. She hurriedly opened the space gate and stepped in. The old lady frowned deeply. While she was hesitating, Jiang Shao had already walked to the grave of her late husband. He waved his hand and a space gate opened. Jiang Shao put his hand in and seemed to have grabbed something. When he took it out again, it was a bouquet of lilies from the Flower Sea Ranch. Jiang Shao bent down slightly and put the white flowers in front of the tombstone. He said softly, "Sorry, sir. I'm sorry to bother you." The old lady looked at this scene in a daze. She also saw Jiang Shao straightening up and turning his head to look at her. There was a trace of curiosity in his eyes, which was full of respect for her. The old lady was silent for a while. Then, she turned around and walked out of the courtyard. On the cliff, There was a small table and 2 wooden chairs. Catherine brought over a plate of delicate pastries and a pot of steaming hot scented tea. Jiang Shao looked at Catherine and said, "Go and change your clothes. I feel uncomfortable just looking at you." "Yes, sir." Catherine did not hesitate at all. She seemed to have forgotten all of the old prophet's requests. She opened the teleportation portal and walked in. Jiang Shao looked at the old lady and said, "Jiang Xiaopi." She replied, "Akiso? Akiso? I think he's the god of medicine from ancient Greek mythology?" Jiang Shao said with a smile, "The code names of your team are very interesting. I think I can find some clues in storybooks. This Akiso seems to be the name of a goddess?" Akiso nodded and changed the topic. "What's your relationship with Hopkins?" Jiang Shao picked up a piece of cake and tossed it into his mouth. "It's a little complicated, but in general, I'm an enemy, not a friend." Akiso was a little bewildered and asked, "Since you're enemies, why did you follow his request and come here? Were you threatened by him?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm the same as you guys. I think I've been imprisoned by him. When he threw me in, Hopkins gave me a map. Since I had nothing to do here, I decided to look at it one by one. However, the Spartans are very unfriendly and the Trojans are very sinister and cunning. They wanted my life, so I killed them." Akiso laughed and said, "They're already so old, yet they're still blinded by greed. They actually think they can regain their freedom." Jiang Shao asked curiously, "You? As Hopkins's close comrades in arms, why are you imprisoned here?" Akiso asked, "What kind of person is Hopkins in your heart?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "He seems gentle and easygoing on the surface, but he's actually unscrupulous and ruthless." Akiso sighed softly with a look of reminiscence in his turbid eyes. "In the beginning, he was a sincere, kind, and ambitious young man. We followed such a leader and fought all over the world. Finally, we came to the alien planet. But as time passed, he slowly changed. He no longer respected life. Maybe his hands were stained with too much blood, so he didn't care anymore. He no longer listened to people's opinions, and he was the only voice in the team. He became arrogant and conceited. In the end, he built an empire and ruled the entire European continent." Akiso looked at Jiang Shao and said, "That was the beginning of the nightmare." Jiang Shao asked, "What happened?" Akiso said, "Maybe he thought that this world could no longer bring him any challenges. His personality became more and more eccentric, and he also became moody. Until the 3rd month after the empire was established, because of a small matter, he showed his butcher's knife to the Golden Feather Clan." "The Golden Feather Clan? The Golden Feather Traveler of Lanshi?" Akiso said, "With our help and persuasion, he didn't exterminate the Golden Feather Clan. However, only a small part of the Golden Feather Clan was left, and he threw them into this sea ridge space as prisoners. Similarly, those of us who tried to persuade him were also thrown into this place. The Golden Feather Walkers were the founding astral beasts of the Empire. Hopkins suddenly went berserk and massacred this race. As a result, the empire that had just been established began to fall apart." At this point, Akiso smiled and said, "You know, Sparta, Troy, and Poseidon were all members of the team who firmly followed their leader. They didn't participate in persuading or stopping him, but they were thrown into this place like the other members of our team. Their fates were the same. 50 years? 60 years?" Akiso sighed softly. "I don't know. I've been imprisoned here for a long time. I don't know what the outside world has become." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "If I'm not mistaken, after he threw you in, he destroyed the empire with his own hands. However, most of the races are still there. The only one missing is the Golden Feather Traveler race. It seems that there are some mysterious underwater giants? The star beasts that ascended with Hopkins on the mural on the altar?" Akiso said, "Subjects of the Dead Sea? If you continue to move forward, you will see them. After so many years, the Dead Sea tribe, which was almost exterminated by Hopkins in the past, has slowly recovered its numbers. Jiang Shao nodded silently and said, "Why did Hopkins become so ferocious?" Akiso shook his head and said, "It is said that the elders of the Golden Feather Traveler race wanted to expand the Empire's territory and advance towards Asia along the direction of Eastern Europe. I don't know how many times he has requested and negotiated, but Hopkins suddenly became violent and did such an unbelievable thing. When he slaughtered the Golden Feather Traveler race, he kept repeating one sentence." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "What?" Akiso said. "Everything is no longer important." Jiang Shao was speechless. Behind him, a space door opened. Catherine, who had long hair and was wearing a black dress, walked out. Although she still seemed to be dressed up, compared to the expensive evening dress from before, it was considered a lower standard. Akiso glanced at Catherine and said, "She is your servant." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "She is Hopkins' servant. He sent her to monitor me." Akiso raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiang Zhao's calm expression. He could not help but shake his head and smile. "You are an interesting person." Catherine picked up the teapot and poured tea for Jiang Shao, but she did not refute. She knew what she should say and what she should do. Akiso said, "According to your current route, you will have another enemy." Jiang Shao hooked his finger at Catherine. Catherine took out the map and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao unfolded the map and looked at it. There were 6 locations. If Akiso and his wife were included, Jiang Shao had already visited 4 old gods. No matter how he looked at it, there were still 2 left? Why was there only 1 enemy? Could it be that there were also people who died in those 2 locations? Akiso leaned over to look at the map in Jiang Zhao's hand and said, "It looks a little old. According to the location marked on it, my husband and I have not established a relationship yet. We have not moved here to live together." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. This map is actually a map from 60 years ago? Akiso looked at it carefully and moved along the coastline. Then, he pointed at the red X on the Alps and said, "Maybe you should go to the finish line and visit her first." Jiang Shao asked, "Who is she?" Akiso said, "She used to be Hopkins's lover. Now, she is Hopkins's prisoner. She is also his enemy. She knows Hopkins better than any of us. If Hopkins is also your enemy, she will be very willing to help you. I mean, in any way." Jiang Shao asked, "What is her name?" Akiso said, "Gaia." Jiang Shao could not help but grin and said, "You guys really dare to name her?" Akiso looked at Jiang Shao seriously and said, "Trust me, she deserves this code name. Although she is also a member of this team, the difference in strength between her and the others is unimaginable. How do you define Hopkins's strength?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "It's very tricky. I don't even know where to start." Akiso nodded and pointed at the red X on the Alp. "Then," he said, "you will find the same feeling in her." Jiang Shao nodded and picked up the teacup on the table. He drank the flower tea in one gulp and said, "You can live in my space. One day, when I leave this Ocean Ridge world, I will let you out." To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Akiso shook her head and refused decisively. Jiang Shao thought about it and stood up. He said, "In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Good luck." Akiso nodded and did not say anything else. "Let's go." Jiang Shao gestured to Catherine beside him. With a flash, they went to the Alp. Akiso sat quietly on the chair and listened to the sound of the waves hitting the reef. It was as if she had turned into a stone gazing at her husband. After some time, she picked up the teacup on the table and drank the flower tea that had already cooled down. She stood up. Her body was as thin as a bamboo pole, making one worry that she would be blown away by the sea breeze. She left the cliff and walked back to the courtyard of her wooden hut. In the sea of flowers, she stood in front of her husband's grave again and said softly, "I promised you that I would continue to live in this world. The news that he was coming made me see hope and the light at the end of the tunnel. However, I didn't expect. I've waited bitterly for so many days, but I didn't get the ending I wanted. I'm sorry, maybe. I'm going to go back on my word. You know, I've been rehearsing this in my mind for a long time, imagining the scene of us reuniting again. But he's not here to kill me. You can feel the disappointment in my heart, right? You can definitely. As Akiso spoke, she walked to the empty grave, turned around and laid down. Bang! A cloud of dust flew everywhere. A withered hand reached out from the empty grave. A gust of wind blew and the soil on the ground surged into the grave. Just like I said before, I should be stubborn for once. Soil surged into the grave continuously, burying it and filling it up. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the sea breeze was accompanied by the sound of waves hitting the reef. The sea breeze swept past the cliff, past the cold tea on the table, and blew away the crumbs of pastries. Gusts of sea breeze passed through the wooden hut and blew into the courtyard. It was mixed with the fragrance of the sea of flowers in the courtyard and surrounded the two graves. Two quiet graves. Chapter 1273. The sun was setting in the east of the Alps. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Jiang Shao and Catherine floated at an altitude of more than 3,000 meters above the ground and searched around. The mountain in front of them was covered with green grass and dotted with white wildflowers. The mountains in the distance were covered in snow, and the transition between winter and summer was visible to the naked eye. It was truly a marvelous sight. Jiang Shao held onto the map and passed the third last stop, which was also the place where Akiso's late husband used to live. He also passed the second last stop and followed Akiso's guidance to the destination, the Alp. He followed the map and looked for possible wooden houses, manors, and other living buildings. Unfortunately, it was a primitive terrain with green grass and no traces of human habitation. Jiang Shao, who was wearing a cloak, slowly landed on a patch of grass and said, "Akiso once said that this map is from decades ago. Maybe the star warrior codenamed Gaia no longer lives here." Catherine remained silent and did not respond. "Ah!" Jiang Shao squatted down and picked up a pale yellow wildflower from the ground. "In that case, Sparta, Troy, and Akiso are really unlucky. We found them by following the map. They probably stayed in that place for 50 or 60 years, not daring to move around." Catherine stood behind Jiang Shao and pursed her lips, looking a little dazed. It seemed that she was thinking about herself now. Although she seemed to be free, she was actually just a bird in a cage. This time, under Hopkins's orders, she accompanied Jiang Shao to wander around, but she was not allowed to leave Jiang Zhao's side at all. Before that, she was also asked to live in a small house by the sea in the Mediterranean Sea, and did not dare to leave. "Ah!" Jiang Shao sighed softly and twirled the pale yellow petals with his fingers. He said softly, "Although it's a spatial star technique, it's a real planet. It's such a big world, but we can't go anywhere. We can only live in the marked places. Akiso is better, at least there's someone to accompany him." Halfway through his words, Jiang Shao and Catherine suddenly raised their heads and looked at the snow mountain in the distance. The sun had yet to set, and the orange-red light was still shining on the snow mountain in the distance. Normally speaking, Jiang Zhao's senses were inferior to Catherine's, but why were they able to raise their heads at the same time? Because the commotion on the other side was a little too big. Rumble! It was as if the earth was trembling, and the snow-capped mountains in the distance were showing signs of an avalanche. Large amounts of snow rolled down from the peak of the mountain, creating a snowy mist that filled the sky. Jiang Shao picked up the flowers and slowly stood up. Catherine also looked up at the mountain peak in the distance. Gradually, as the snow fog dissipated, Jiang Zhao's heart trembled violently. He saw a pair of eyes, a pair of huge, bright eyes. The trembling of the earth and avalanches just now was because he had opened his eyes. How old was she? Is this still within the realm of human star warriors? This This. Her original body is one of the peaks in the Alps, right? In the majestic mountain peak, two huge eyes seemed to be able to speak. She looked at Jiang Shao and Catherine silently. Catherine's body trembled slightly, which was completely beyond her expectations. Catherine subconsciously moved her feet and hid half of her body behind Jiang Shao. On the other hand, Jiang Shao flashed and brought Catherine to the front of the pair of huge eyes. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, her pair of brown pupils emitted a strange light that could captivate one's soul. They did not look like the eyes of an elderly person. They were so clear and beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt how insignificant he was. Here, Jiang Shao picked up the flowers and handed them to the huge eyes. The pair of bright eyes blinked. Rumble! Another boulder slid down from the mountain. To be exact, it slid down from her eyelids. The earth trembled slightly. Jiang Shao floated in the air and looked down, only to see the sound of rocks shattering coming from the majestic mountain peak. Slowly, a hand reached out from the mountain. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed as he watched the huge palm slowly rise. He also understood what the other party meant. Jiang Shao floated down and landed on her palm. To be exact, he landed on the side of her palm lines. Her palm was very strange. It was not purely made of flesh and blood. At least 70% of her skin was made of earth, which was made up of soil, stones, and grass. Hence, the scene was even more strange. It would be fine if she was a pure stone person, but the key was that about 30% of her skin and flesh was the same as a normal human's. In this huge palm, there were low trees, green grass, and stones. It was just like a normal wilderness environment. On her human skin, the lines on her palm were also clearly visible. Jiang Shao thought for a moment, then slowly inserted the flower in his hand into the soft grassland. The next moment, the grass beneath Jiang Zhao's feet suddenly blossomed with pale yellow flowers, forming a sea of flowers. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Jiang Shao raised his head in a daze and saw a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to have occupied Jiang Zhao's entire world. Bright, clean, pure, and even. Jiang Shao felt the kindness of a mother. Jiang Shao smiled and waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. I'm not here to be someone else's son. On the ground, a piece of gravel swept up and formed a sentence in English. I haven't seen a stranger in a long time. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his head and look into her eyes. You didn't know that I was coming. The pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Shao silently and did not respond. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and gestured at the map in his hand. Hopkins gave me a map and told me to visit the old gods. To be honest, your existence has subverted my understanding of this world. It seems that Akiso's words make sense. Your code name is Gaia, right? It was also at this moment that the pile of gravel in front of Jiang Shao continuously gathered and quickly pieced together. The dense star power even forced Jiang Shao and Catherine to take a few steps back. Jiang Shao couldn't help but cover his eyes with one hand to block the terrifying wave of star power. A few seconds later, he saw a perfect stone statue through the gaps between his fingers. It was an ordinary-looking woman whose facial features were not outstanding. Due to the fact that she was made of stone, her pair of intelligent eyes did not have any brilliance. The stone statue spoke in a voice that sounded like rubbing and colliding stones. It was very uncomfortable. Hopkins. Yes, Hopkins threw me here, gave me a map, and asked me to visit the old god, Jiang Shao replied. The stone goddess looked at Jiang Shao and asked, Who are you? Jiang Shao said, Jiang Xiaopi from China. No, I mean. The stone statue looked at Jiang Shao silently and said, To Hopkins, who are you? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, An enemy. After all, Akiso had said that Gaia and Hopkins were irreconcilable enemies. The stone goddess was slightly surprised, but her face was made of stone, so there was no change in her expression. She simply looked at Catherine and asked, Who are you? Catherine lowered her head respectfully and did not dare to lie. She said, "Hello, madam. I'm Hopkins' servant." The statue asked, "Why are you here?" Catherine's body tensed up and she felt an unprecedented pressure. Her voice trembled as she said, "The prophet asked me to accompany the young man beside him to visit the gods." At the next moment, a pile of gravel swept out. No, no. In just 2 seconds, Catherine's miserable screams had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. When he turned to look at Catherine, her body had already been surrounded by a pile of gravel and was spinning rapidly. The whirlpool of gravel was tearing Catherine's body apart inch by inch. It was so fast that it was hair-raising, and the method was so ruthless that it made one shudder. In just 2 seconds, the gravel was scattered on the ground, smeared with bright red blood. However, Jiang Shao could not even find any bones. Catherine was dead. She died just like that. A star warrior who was at the peak of the starry sky did not even have a chance to resist. Even her screams and begging for mercy only lasted for less than 2 seconds. The stone goddess looked at Jiang Shao and said, "His people shouldn't appear in front of me." Jiang Shao looked at the statue in a daze, and was at a loss for what to do. He raised his head and looked at the huge eye above his head. At this moment, he could no longer find the kindness he had before. All that was left was endless hatred. "You!" The gravel under the statue rolled and slowly came to Jiang Shao. She lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao. "What right do you have to be his enemy?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and looked at the blood-stained gravel at his feet. He kicked it casually and said, "That's a problem." "Gaia!" A roar came from the distant sky. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see a tall and burly man dressed in tattered clothes. Judging from his attire, he seems to be a fisherman? The stone goddess once again let out a strange voice that sounded like rubbing stones. It was very dignified. "Leave my land within 3 seconds. His next stop should have been me, not you." The fisherman in the sky was surrounded by water droplets and appeared above his palm in the blink of an eye. He stood in the air, looked down at Jiang Shao, and said, "He's the only bargaining chip I have to regain my freedom." Gaia seemed to be interested and asked, "Why?" Jiang Shao looked up at the fisherman and explained, "Because Hopkins promised them that he would give them freedom if they killed me." Hopkins looked for all his former team members, but it seems that he didn't look for you. The pair of huge eyes in the sky brightened a little, and the voice of the goddess came from behind. "You've met many of my teammates." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Sparta is very hot-tempered and Troy is very sinister. As for Axo, she's very gentle. She misses her late husband and doesn't want freedom or my life, so I spared her life." The goddess said, "You mean Sparta and Troy are both dead?" Jiang Shao said, "Yes." The goddess said, "You killed them." Jiang Shao said, "I killed them." For a moment there was silence and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. In the sky, the fisherman looked at the eyes embedded in the magnificent mountain and said loudly, "He's mine. It's my turn now." On his palm, the stone goddess said, "Leave this place." The fisherman clenched his fists and sprinkled water droplets around him. His expression changed, and his attitude suddenly became gentle. From anger, he begged in a low voice, "Gaia, for the sake of our decades of friendship, don't do this. He's the only bargaining chip I have to regain my freedom." The goddess said again, "I'll say it one last time. Leave here." The fisherman's expression changed, and he became angry again. "Do you really not care about our past relationship? You must remember that before you truly became a god, I saved your life countless times." Rumble, Gaia's palm suddenly vibrated. Countless gravel floated into the air, and the short trees were torn apart by the dense astral power. The fisherman's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Obviously, he didn't dare to fight Gaia head-on. The fisherman clenched his teeth fiercely. As he flew backwards, he glared at Jiang Shao with an extremely dark gaze and squeezed out the words, "Don't leave the Alps. Remember my warning. It's best if you never leave this place." "Hey!" Jiang Shao suddenly said and stopped the fisherman. "What's your name?" The fisherman paused. "Poseidon. Sea god? That's a really big name." Then, Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at Poseidon. "You know, even if you kill me, your dream of freedom will never come true. Maybe you should think of another way out." "Huh." Poseidon laughed in disdain. He looked at Jiang Shao mockingly and turned to leave. "Hey!" Jiang Shao said and stopped the fisherman again. This time, Jiang Shao turned around and looked up at the huge eye that was embedded in the mountain peak. Jiang Shao said, "You just asked me, what right do I have to be Hopkins' enemy?" On the magnificent mountain peak, the pair of eyes looked down and stared at Jiang Shao quietly. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the fisherman in the air. "You want to kill me and use my life to exchange for your freedom?" Poseidon stared at Jiang Shao and did not respond. Jiang Shao crooked his finger at the fisherman. "Come, I'll satisfy you." Gaia's eyes widened slightly, while the fisherman was overjoyed. He was about to move, but he stopped himself. He raised his head and looked at the pair of eyes in the mountain peak. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, there was no hint of rejection in his eyes. On the contrary, Gaia's palm, the ground under Jiang Zhao's feet, began to shake again. In the distance, the giant fingers slowly flattened, as if to provide a wider battlefield for the two of them to fight. But in reality, just the surface area of the palm was enough. Jiang Shao stood on Gaia's palm like an ant on a human's palm. To Jiang Shao, the shallow lines on her palm were like deep ditches. Poseidon approached carefully. After confirming that Gaia had allowed this battle to happen, he landed firmly on her palm. A star map lit up in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. Slowly, he pulled out a blood-red sword from his chest. "I gave you a chance." Poseidon propped up the fisherman's hat and said, "These are your last words." Jiang Shao grinned. The flower blade in his hand was covered in crack. He pointed it at Poseidon. "If that's the case, let's fight." Poseidon was covered in water droplets. He said darkly, "Remember, you asked for this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao smiled. "You're right, I brought all of this upon myself." Chapter 1274. Buzz, a melodious sound was heard. Poseidon waved his hand fiercely and a specter ship rushed out. "Star quality, phantom sea ship." Jiang Shao frowned. "Going all out at the beginning? Wall hangers? 6 at the beginning?" In a flash, Jiang Shao appeared behind Poseidon and slashed at Poseidon with the scorching sun blade. Smack! The scorching sun blade sliced Poseidon in half. Poseidon turned into water droplets and poured down. When the cold water droplets came into contact with the scorching sun blade, they even ignited into white steam. Right behind Jiang Shao, a giant scythe swept towards him. Jiang Shao did not even turn his head. With the giant scythe in hand, he flashed and appeared behind Poseidon again. Hiss hiss hiss, the scorching sun blade sliced Poseidon's body again. Poseidon's body turned into water droplets again, and was burned into white mist by the scorching sun blade. Nesting dolls? The two of them were always flashing behind each other. How long were they going to trap each other? After being sliced into pieces twice, Poseidon clearly did not want to play anymore. Earth Gaia's huge eyes stared at the battlefield from the mountain peak. As a god who had been famous for a long time, Poseidon was indeed a little embarrassed. Poseidon had been talking big just now, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Jiang Shao. But now the battle had only started for a few seconds and Poseidon had already been slashed by Jiang Shao twice. Swoosh! Poseidon reappeared at the edge of the forest in the distance. A thick mist spread out. Diamond, phantom sea fog, summons fog in an area. Feels everything in the fog while hiding in it. Large amounts of thick fog spread out with Poseidon at the center. Almost at the same time, layers of water droplets also drifted away. Diamond, chaos of the sea demon, condenses star power and fills the surroundings with star power water droplets. Disrupts and melts the enemy's star power. Jiang Shao humphed coldly. At the same time, water droplets floated around his body. Poseidon was a little surprised. The giant scythe in his hand kept compressing, turning from a misty form into a giant platinum scythe. Platinum, tranquil sea weapon. No, that's not right. It should be a diamond. Nether sea artifact. Jiang Zhao's expression froze. Only then did he realize that the mist emitted from Poseidon's body was not the netherworld mist of the netherworld lord, but the netherworld illusory mist of the netherworld ghost warrior. It was obvious that Poseidon's life aura and astral power did not disappear into the mist. There was no way he could hide. In Jiang Zhao's field terror domain, as the fog spread, he could see many ghostly figures, one after another, of Poseidon's. It was confirmed. It was indeed the serene sea illusory mist. The phantom sea fog had two functions. Firstly, if the Platinum Phantom Ocean device was summoned in the area, the Phantom Ocean device would automatically be upgraded by 1 grade. Secondly, the user could summon doppelgangers in the illusory mist. Most importantly, the number of doppelgangers was unlimited. Theoretically, Poseidon's doppelgangers could be filled up wherever the phantom sea fog floated past. Of course, the unlimited number of doppelgangers also had a major weakness, and that was that they could not use star technique. Besides, their bodies were extremely fragile and would shatter upon contact. Jiang Zhao's field tear domain was mixed with water droplets from the purifying tear domain to purify all the negative effects brought about by the chaos of the sea demons. Hey! Poseidon swung the giant scythe fiercely, and at the next moment, 3 rapidly rotating stars spiraled and formed a mysterious shockwave that rushed towards Jiang Shao. Star, Dead Sea Burst. It was a star technique that Jiang Shao had never seen or even heard of before, because the owner of the star technique was the Dead Sea Vassals, who were also the undersea giants who ascended from the undersea city altar. The Dead Sea clan had long disappeared, be it in human society or in the foreign spheres. Due to the fact that he did not know the special effects of the star technique, Jiang Shao dared not be careless and quickly dodged. Almost at the same time, a figure in the fog appeared beside Jiang Shao, holding a giant scythe that had been compressed into a platinum color and slashed at Jiang Shao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 stars spiraled around each other, unleashing death explosion after death explosion. This shooting speed. Go to hell. In the distance, Poseidon, who was standing in the fog, frantically waved his scythe and bombarded Jiang Shao. In the layers of fog, there would be 3 dazzling stars revolving around Jiang Shao wherever he passed. The scythe in Poseidon's hand danced and seemed to be getting more and more powerful. However, his expression was getting more and more sullen. It was because a mocking voice came from the fog. That's it. That's it, that's it? Poseidon's expression was extremely sullen as he frantically swung his giant scythe. Ever since Jiang Zhao's mocking words, Poseidon's scythe began to produce waves of star power. Poseidon yelled angrily, "Hide! Little bastard! Hide properly!" Huff, the spiraling stars shot out at an extremely fast speed, coupled with the vortex beneath his feet and the fog clones that were everywhere. All of a sudden, a man-made natural disaster appeared on Gaia's palm. As for Jiang Shao, he was like a small boat in a storm. No matter how the waves rose and fell, the wind and rain hit, the boat would not capsize. With Jiang Zhao's combat skills, his current physical fitness, his understanding of the battlefield, and the help of the tier domain, how could he possibly capsize? In the fog there were many phantoms. In the fog Jiang Zhao's figure was even more numerous. On the mountain peak, a pair of huge eyes silently looked at her palm, watching the 2 people fighting to the death. For some reason, there was a hint of disappointment in her bright eyes. In her palm, the stone statue of the goddess also let out a sound that sounded like rubbing stones. Poseidon, apart from the high-quality star techniques from back then, you have nothing else to show. You're only left with an empty reputation. Maybe you should give him your code name. Shut up, Poseidon hollered. It seemed that, compared to Jiang Zhao's sarcasm, Gaia's voice seemed to infuriate Poseidon more. Jiang Zhao was a little dumbfounded. This Gaia Jiang Zhao had only seen her for less than 10 minutes, but he had already seen 3 of her faces. The first face was the eyes from the majestic mountain peak. They were clear, bright, kind, and really like the mother of all things on earth. The second face was when Gaia slaughtered Catherine. Under that sudden attack, it was her gaze of extreme hatred. She really did not have any warning signs when she killed people. She was decisive and ruthless, not giving the other party any room to resist. The third face was none other than Gaia. She was like a ruler, a dominator, a high and mighty god who was extremely disappointed in her subjects. Or rather, she was disappointed in her old teammates. Why would Jiang Zhao care about that? Sir, times have changed. It's no longer 60 years ago when you dominated everything and commanded the wind and rain. Maybe after being isolated for so many years, you're still immersed in the glory of the past. Coincidentally, Sparta had the same mentality, but he had now become a Mecca. Troy was in awe and fear, which also caused Troy some trouble for Jiang Zhao. However, that was all. That's it? Jiang Zhao's slightly gloomy voice suddenly sounded from above Poseidon's head. A cloud of steam rose and sizzled. The scorching sun blade slashed down from above. Bang! Poseidon was once again smashed into water droplets. Wherever the scorching sun blade passed, even the water vapor became terrifyingly hot. High up in the sky, water droplets pieced together. Poseidon, wearing a tattered fisherman's hat, silently looked down at the fog that had yet to dissipate. Without Poseidon's continuous casting, the thick fog dissipated in an instant. All the clones lost control and shattered into fog, blending into the surrounding environment. Jiang Zhao looked up at Poseidon, who was standing in the air, and said, "Sir, I can't feel your desire for freedom. Please use more strength." Gaia was speechless. This kid, is he that vicious? What level of trash talk is this? This was the first time in decades. This was the first time Gaia could not help but laugh. The laughter here was, of course, the laughter of the real body. So, in an instant, the ground shook. Above, on the majestic mountain peak, the bottom of the pair of huge eyes suddenly tore open, revealing the shape of a mouth. The thick snow covering the mountain was accompanied by the rolling of boulders, and the rumbling sounds were endless. Even her palm trembled slightly. Jiang Zhao hurriedly floated up a few centimeters to avoid being affected by the earthquake. "Shut up, you son of a b***tch. Poseidon cursed and dashed towards Jiang Zhao with water droplets floating around him. The giant scythe in his hand suddenly changed from a compressed fog scythe to a pure blue scythe made of star power. Jiang Zhao shrugged and said, "The earth raised me. That's my mother." Gaia's smile froze. "What? There's nothing wrong with what he said, but why does it sound a little strange? Extreme one-for-one exchange?" Jiang Zhao picked up the scorching sun blade and looked at Poseidon rushing towards him. "Of course, as an earthling, the sea is also my mother. One-for-one exchange? No. That's a one-for-two exchange. You're treating a thief as your mother. You might not lose out, but I'll definitely make a killing. Die!" Poseidon slashed down with his scythe, his voice filled with immense star power. The scythe was not only a physical attack, but also a vortex of star power. He even used a sound wave star technique. Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, threw the giant sword out of his hand. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared in midair beside Poseidon and lashed out with his leg. Poseidon subconsciously turned around to block it. Almost at the same time, The giant sword that Jiang Shao had thrown out from the ground had already flown towards Poseidon. Bang! The water body shattered again. Poseidon covered his head with one hand and murmured in pain as he looked at Jiang Shao with a twisted expression. This was the first time he had approached Jiang Shao with his real body. However, the moment he approached Jiang Shao, his body was already covered in tears of sorrow. Jiang Shao could be said to be covered in poison. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Your code name is Poseidon. Why are you afraid of water?" Whoosh! 3 Poseidons suddenly appeared beside Jiang Shao. Each of them was holding a giant scythe in their hands as they charged towards Jiang Shao from 3 different angles. Clearly, it was a star technique that could summon avatars and would not be affected by the emotional impact of tears of sorrow. The frozen water droplets around Jiang Shao quickly gathered and formed a water droplet, heavenly halberd that was compressed to the extreme in Jiang Shao's hands. A flick, a swipe, a stab. In a short moment the 2 Poseidons collided with each other. In the end, the Poseidon's chest was pierced by Jiang Zhao's halberd. Bang! 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 The 3 avatars instantly turned into water droplets that scattered all over the sky. Jiang Shao held the heavenly halberd behind his back and stood in the air. He ignored the ferocious Poseidon. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the huge eye embedded in the majestic mountain peak. Is that enough? Am I qualified to be Hopkins' enemy? Below, the stone goddess said, as a young star warrior, not bad. But to be Hopkins' enemy? Not enough, far from enough. Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded silently. With a wave of his hand, a portal was opened beside him. Behind the portal, Jiang Shao, the decoy, walked out. He spread his hands and seemed to be holding something. At the next moment, countless gravel appeared out of thin air. Diamond King Broken Hoop. On Gaia's palm, the area where Jiang Shao and Poseidon were fighting was instantly sealed by the King Broken Hoop. Jiang Shao said, "I'll take action then." Above him, the huge pair of eyes stared at the other Jiang Shao silently, seemingly thinking about something. Poseidon suddenly roared in the distance. See burning sound, clear head and clear eyes. He grabbed his head with one hand, or to be exact, the old fisherman's hat. He glared at Jiang Shao with a menacing gaze. "Do you think you can kill me?" Jiang Shao nodded. "I need her help. I need to prove myself to her. And you want your freedom, don't you?" A sickle star map suddenly appeared on Poseidon's chest and shone brightly. All of a sudden, countless giant sickles made of star power appeared around his body and spread out. Poseidon's face was so sullen that it seemed as if it could condense water. His voice was even more terrifying. "You can do me?" Of course, Poseidon knew what the King Broken Hoop meant. After his star techniques, such as teleportation and teleportation, were sealed, his life was his fate. The water droplet sky halberd in Jiang Zhao's hand shattered, and he pulled out another scorching sun blade from his chest. "Yes, I'm going to kill you." Jiang Shao looked at Poseidon from afar and said in a deep voice, "Even if Hopkins comes today, he won't be able to save you. I said it." "Do you think?" Bang! Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand and Poseidon's expression changed. He did not know what star technique this was, but with the absolute confidence of the double star martial arts, endless star scythe, Poseidon willed it, and countless giant scythes formed a huge spherical shield. The densely packed star power magic scythe protected Poseidon layer by layer, leaving only a small gap between his eyes. He stared at Jiang Shao. Poseidon was absolutely confident, as if he could withstand all attacks in the world. However, to Poseidon's astonishment, his body froze. He could not move at all. Scorching sun, sound of silence. The densely packed star power magic scythe disappeared without a trace in an instant. He felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The blood in Poseidon's body surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could not make a sound. Poseidon was dumbfounded and so was Gaia. This young man, he's not a melee fighter? He's actually a rules awakened? This is... Silence? We've been fighting for an entire round. How dare you tell me that this young star warrior is a rules awakened? Bait Jiang Shao suddenly lit up a star map. It was a wholly, pure white cross star map. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's main body flickered and appeared. Poseidon was dumbfounded. Screech. The blade penetrated his flesh. The scorching sun blade pierced through Poseidon's chest. Poseidon stared blankly in front of him, as blood flowed freely from the corner of his mouth. In the scorching sun, sound of silence, Poseidon did not have the right to move or speak. There were too many doubts in Poseidon's heart. Why was this young man able to flicker in the Broken King hoop? Why was he not affected in the slightest when he entered the sound of silence? Why Jiang Zhao's face approached with a whoosh. His young, harmless face suddenly transformed into a wrinkled old face. Hopkins. Poseidon's eyes widened. As far as the sound of silence allowed, this was probably the biggest movement he could make. Hopkins's old face flashed and then changed back to Jiang Zhao's face. Jiang Zhao smirked and winked at the shocked Poseidon in front of him. He stood in the sound of silence and whispered to Poseidon. "He can't save you either. I said it." Why? Poseidon's mind was only left with why. Poseidon's vision gradually became blurry as his life force rapidly drained away. Jiang Zhao lifted Poseidon's body and threw him to the side with the giant blade. With a wave of his arm, a space door opened beside him. At the same time, Jiang Zhao threw out Bell and chased after Poseidon into the space door. Behind the portal, Jiang Zhao stuck one hand into Poseidon's chest, where the scorching sun blade had pierced through. His body lit up with the sea-devouring star map. At the same time, Bell landed on Poseidon's body. His body was healing, but there was a distorted face on top of Poseidon's head that was screaming silently. It was pulled out by the sea-devouring soul cloak. Gaia was dumbfounded. What's going on? Medical star technique? This is... He's not a rules awakened? Damn it, he's a medical star warrior? In just 1 second, Gaia felt like he was on a roller coaster while Poseidon. Yeah, he was on the roller coaster too. However, Poseidon did not fasten his seatbelt and was thrown out by the roller coaster. He fell to his death. Behind him, the decoy Jiang Zhao put away the Broken King hoop and appeared beside the space door in a flash. He raised his head and smiled at the huge, beautiful eyes that were embedded in the mountain peak. He raised his right hand and slowly placed it on his lower abdomen. He bowed slightly and walked back into the space door of the Calamity World. He looked like he was taking a curtain call. It was perfect. I'm looking for some tickets for the 5,200-word chapter. Also, welcome to the official Weibo and WeChat accounts. Their names are Education for Writing. Chapter 1275. The strange voice of the stone goddess sounded in front of him. Seems like you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Jiang Zhao pondered for a moment and said, Yes, I've prepared a lot of things for Hopkins. The stone goddess shook her head slightly and said, No, child, you're not on the same level as him. Jiang Zhao waved the scorching sun blade away and asked curiously, Why do you say that? The stone goddess said, I saw your skills, your star map, and your star techniques. To the star warriors in this world, including me, these are powerful weapons for you to win. Only there's a Hopkins in this world. Everything you've shown just now is meaningless to him. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. What Gaia was saying now was similar to the scene when Jiang Zhao encountered Hopkins previously. When Jiang Zhao first met Hopkins, he used silence, blessing, and various star techniques to attack him, but it didn't have any effect. The stone goddess continued, Of all the things you've shown, only your brain and heart are of some use. However, soft power alone is not enough. I can tell that you're an outstanding young man. You haven't been destroyed by Hopkins. While speaking, the huge eye above Jiang Zhao's head that was embedded in the mountain peak seemed to be reminiscing. The goddess sighed softly and said, however, Hopkins has the ability to erase the effects of all star maps and star techniques. Hence, you're blindly pursuing the effects of star techniques and star map. That's the wrong direction of your efforts. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed, but he remained calm and said, he can erase the effects of all star maps and star techniques? Yes, that's his star transformation. That's a book. The goddess looked at Jiang Zhao silently and said, that book seems to exist specifically to restrain the star warriors in this world. While speaking, the stone at the bottom of the statue shattered. Stay in the Alps. It's good to talk to me occasionally. Of course, I'm not imprisoning you. If you want to explore this ocean ridge world, feel free. It seemed that Gaia was not interested in anything that Jiang Zhao had shown. Gaia didn't even ask about Jiang Zhao's bait, Jiang Zhao's special star map, and Jiang Zhao's powerful star technique. Watching as the goddess statue in front of him gradually shattered from the bottom, a star map suddenly lit up in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhao held a copy of Star Warrior Era and stood in front of the goddess. Are you talking about this book? The goddess's statue, which was constantly shattering, suddenly stopped. Jiang Zhao seemed to be able to see 3 huge question marks on her stony head. The goddess statue's legs kept piecing together and grew back. She hissed, "You! Why do you have his star map?" Jiang Zhao shrugged and said, I have many tricks up my sleeves. For example, I can copy his star map. Heh! A slightly excited panting sound came from the mountain peak above his head. Gaia's breathing was not a big deal, but her main body, Gaia, was slightly excited, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but be speechless. Looking at the gravel rolling down from the mountain, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. From the hard stone ground, he retreated to the warm and soft skin of a human palm. It was previously mentioned that 30% of Gaia's main body was still human skin. The feeling of stepping on it was very strange. After all, other than the groove-like palm lines, the relatively flat skin of the palm also had shallow lines. No matter how shallow the lines were, they were still ditches and hurdles for Jiang Zhao, who was tiny and insignificant. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Jiang Zhao looked at the stone goddess statue that was getting closer and closer to him. He couldn't help but gulp and say, Akiso told me that you know Hopkins the best. Maybe you can help me understand his Star Warrior transformation." Finally, the stone statue of the goddess in front of Jiang Zhao shattered. However, it did not disintegrate from the legs, but the skin on the surface. All of a sudden, a middle-aged woman stood in front of Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that nothing could surprise him anymore after he had traveled far and wide. However, today, he not only saw a star warrior with a mountain as his main body, but he also saw a strange woman. The woman was about 30 or 40 years old, and it was difficult to tell her exact age. Her bright eyes seemed to contain the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Such a pair of eyes would make people ignore the color of her pupils, the height of the corners of her eyes, and the depth of her eye sockets. Jiang Zhao was very sure that no one would pay attention to the external appearance of her eyes. The moment her gaze and the brilliance intertwined with Jiang Zhao's, Jiang Zhao seemed to have experienced the cycle of the 4 seasons. It was a shock that came from the soul. It came from the most primitive and hidden in the deepest part of human genes, the reverence for nature. The woman had a gentle expression on her face as she smiled apologetically and slowly closed her eyes. "Ah!" Jiang Zhao gasped. The Star Warrior era in his hand had already shattered. Jiang Zhao only returned from another world after Gaia closed her eyes. Everything in front of him became extremely real again. Finally, Jiang Zhao saw Gaia's appearance clearly. She was slightly shorter than Jiang Shao and should be 1.8 meters tall. Her long hair was not real hair, but there was a pocket-sized giant tree growing at the back of her head. It was hard to imagine that one day, Jiang Shao would use pocket-sized and giant to describe the same thing. The thick trunk of the giant tree was like a high ponytail, with lush foliage and long branches and leaves hanging down from the back of her head, all the way down to her waist. The left half of her body was a dense forest. A cliff sat on her shoulder, and a surging waterfall flowed down her left arm and chest. It flowed through the forest, across the mountains, and even left traces of rainbows behind. However, there was no sound of water flowing. The right half of her body gradually turned from green to yellow. It was as if spring was transitioning to autumn. The trees became dry and the leaves gradually turned yellow. Especially her right leg, there were all kinds of terrains mixed together. There was cracked, scorched earth, there was a wilderness filled with boulders, and there was a desert filled with yellow sand. The green that symbolized vitality and the yellow that symbolized death divided her body into two halves. Apart from her gentle face and two palms, her entire body was pieced together from one natural landscape after another. But even if her body was covered in mountains, rivers, and barren deserts, it could still outline the contours of her proud body. Jiang Zhao's next move stunned Gaia. He opened the space door and rummaged inside. Then, he took out his phone and took a photo of Gaia. Click! What's that? Gaia asked softly with her eyes closed. After taking a few photos, Jiang Shao threw the phone into the space door and said, "Phone." Gaia asked, "What's a phone?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "It's a communication device." "Well, it's a little trick of human society. It's not important." "Okay." Gaia closed her eyes and said, "You have Hopkins's Star Warriors." Jiang Shao said, "You know the name of this book?" Sure enough, she was Hopkins's ex-girlfriend and the person who knew Hopkins the best. Speaking of which, since she's from the same generation as Hopkins, why is she so young? Jiang Shao pulled out the Star Warriors and said in confusion, "You look very young. You're only 30 or 40 years old." Gaia's smile was gentle and her voice was gentle. "I'm old, child. However, my current appearance is indeed the current state of my body. My Earth star map gives me a huge vitality and slows down the speed of my aging." Jiang Shao was confused. Gaia changed the topic and said, "That's why Hopkins's imprisonment of me is even more terrifying. According to her age, she should be in her 80s, but her actual physical state should be 30 or 40 years old. Damn. Her star map? If we calculate the length of life according to 80 years, wouldn't Gaia be able to live to 160 years old? Or even longer?" Gaia raised her hand and pressed it on the Star Warriors in Jiang Zhao's hand. She gently stroked it. "Child, I'm going to open my eyes." Jiang Shao responded pitifully and closed his eyes obediently. Gaia opened her eyes and looked at the open book. She also saw the familiar yet strange mysterious symbols that she hadn't seen for a long time. Her palms began to tremble slightly. Along with it, the surging waterfall on her arm scattered like water droplets. "Do you understand it?" Gaia asked softly. Jiang Shao said, "Part of it." Gaia looked up at Jiang Shao and said, "You actually understood it?" Jiang Shao closed his eyes and shrugged. "I awakened when I was 15.5 years old. I'm 20 now. Why do you think I can stand here and stand in front of you in just 4.5 years?" Gaia looked at Jiang Shao silently. After a while, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You haven't answered my question before the battle. Why did Hopkins send you here?" Jiang Shao said, "He thinks that humans are living in a space with a god-level Star Warrior." Jiang Shao then stepped on the ground under his feet and said, "Just like what we are now. Hopkins doesn't have the ability to break the shackles of space, so he wants me to grow faster. He wants me to help him go to the outside world to take a look and find the ultimate secret of this world. Gaia was obviously stunned for a moment. Can you break the shackles of space and ignore the rules of the space dimension? Jiang Shao pursed his lips. Who knows? Gaia slowly moved her palm up and pressed it on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Look at me, child. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and slowly opened his eyes. The pair of bright eyes came into view again. Gaia looked at Jiang Shao with a serious expression and asked, Tell me, can you break the shackles of space? Jiang Zhao's eyes were in a daze. In his world, he saw green buds in the spring, fireflies in the summer night, red and yellow maple leaves in the middle of the autumn forest, and he also saw frost and snow drifting in the air. Sorry, child, maybe I should give you more time. Gaia looked disappointed and sighed softly before closing her eyes again. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and shook his head vigorously. Damn it, this star map is great. Give me one too. But, after I learn this star map, will I become a mountain as well? Where should I put my body that's more than 3,000 meters tall? It doesn't matter where I put it. On the battlefield, the output will definitely be explosive. Many people will die if I sit on it. Chapter 1276. Jiang Shao quietly sized up Mother Earth in front of him while thoughts raced through his mind. He organized his words and asked, Back then? When you were with Hopkins, did he share his star map with you? Yes. Gaia nodded slightly and said, I know that there are many effects of his Star Warriors era. Gaia's mind was filled with memories. She sighed softly and said, Back then, he was also a passionate, cheerful, and positive young man. Every time he had any research results, he would immediately come to share them with me. At that time, he was so curious about the world and full of the desire to explore it. He also always told me that he wanted to conquer the world with me, unfortunately. Later on, he changed. Jiang Shao pursed his lips. To be honest, Jiang Shao was not very concerned about the matters between a man and a woman. Besides, it was their private matter. Gaia closed her eyes and said calmly, Later on, he became numb and indifferent. He was no longer the same person. He was no longer the young man he used to be? His entire body changed? Although Gaia closed her eyes, she turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, What about you, child? Will you follow in his footsteps and walk down his old path? At present, it seems that you have greater potential than him. Jiang Shao smiled and said, If you hadn't been isolated from the world and imprisoned here for the past few decades, you wouldn't have questioned me like this. If you were still living on Earth, you wouldn't have questioned me like this. Gaia was a little curious. Jiang Shao said, Actually, I'm a rather famous star warrior in human society. Forget it, I won't boast about myself. After I take you out, you can figure it out on your own. Let's talk about the Star Warriors era. Which parts of the Star Warriors era did he understand? Gaia suddenly said, You have to take me out. Jiang Shao said, Yeah, you still have a long life ahead of you. Are you going to stay here and be an Alp forever? Don't you miss human society? The world now is different from what you remember. Human society has added a lot of new tricks. You'll definitely like them. Gaia listened quietly to Jiang Zhao's future plans and said softly, You're very confident. Jiang Shao curled his lips and said, Hopkins sent me here to help me master the way to cross dimensions. In this case, one day, I will take you out of this space. Hearing this, Guya's lips curled into a smile as he softly said, Human anatomy. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. She's willing to share with me? Listen to the words he used. Human anatomy. The moment he opened his mouth, it was obvious that he was an expert. Filled with the aroma of malt, Gaia slowly sat down. Just as she was about to do so, a few tree vines suddenly grew out from the grass beneath her feet. They coiled and intertwined, turning into a chair. She continued, That was the first star martial transformation in his Star Warrior era. According to him, although what I saw were mysterious characters and symbols, in his eyes, it was a diagram of the human body. Through the human anatomy diagram, he could improve the physical fitness of the Star Warriors and stimulate their growth potential. Due to the fact that it has the effect of stimulating one's potential, the earlier one receives such transformation, the more beneficial it would be for the growth of the Star Warriors. Jiang Shao let out a long nasal sound and nodded lightly. Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly. In order to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Shao, she dared not open her eyes to look at him. However, with her powerful perception, she could clearly see Jiang Zhao's actions. Gaia said, "It seems that you already know the effect of this star martial transformation." Yes. Jiang Shao nodded decisively. There was nothing to hide. "I've already transformed many of my teammates." Gaia sighed softly. Jiang Zhao's approach was the same as Hopkins a few decades ago. When Hopkins figured out how to turn stars into weapons on that page, he immediately transformed the bodies of his team members. That was how the gods of the European continent came to conquer the alien world. Jiang Shao asked, "What else do you know?" Gaia said, "The second page of Star Martial Transformation has a negative effect. It can reduce one's star power realm and weaken the potential of the Star Warriors. It's a very vicious effect." Jiang Shao nodded again. "What about the third page?" She could tell that Jiang Shao had studied and understood it. Gaia adjusted her emotions and said softly, "The third page of Star Martial Transformation allows him to enhance the effects of the star techniques in his star slot and infinitely weaken the effects of the star techniques in his star slot. This is a very special page of Star Martial Transformation. The limited enhancement allows the star technique to be enhanced within the same quality. It's a quantitative change. The infinite weakening is enough to weaken a star-grade star technique to the point that it has no effect at all. It's no different from being sealed." Jiang Shao nodded and thought to himself, "It's settled. Impressive, my Mother Earth. That's amazing. It's more like it." She didn't have Star Warrior era at all, but she knew the effects of the few pages of Star Warrior era. How much did Hopkins love her back then? Or rather, what kind of hot-blooded young man was Hopkins at that time? Reading between the lines of Gaia's words, Jiang Shao seemed to be able to imagine how the young lad would show off in front of his beloved woman every time he came up with a new trick. That seemed to be a little unfair. Hopkins was willing to share the joy with his beloved woman. Gaia suddenly said, "You know it too." "I know it very well." Jiang Shao shook his head and smiled. Previously, Hopkins used this page to seal all my star techniques with the effect of turning stars into martial arts. He only left me a spatial star technique and asked me to study it to help him break through the shackles of the space dimension. Gaia said, "When you were fighting just now, you used some non-space star techniques. It seems that your star slot has been unsealed." Jiang Shao said, "Yes, I feel terrible." Gaia asked softly, "You unsealed it yourself?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "Yeah, that old guy wouldn't be so kind as to unseal it for me. However, Hopkins still doesn't know that I've already unsealed my own star slot." Gaia's heart trembled and she asked, "What about the next page? Have you figured it out?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I hope you can give me some ideas." Gaia adjusted his expression and said in a trembling voice, "When I was imprisoned by him, he only managed to study up to the fourth page. Seems like I can still help you." The fourth page, Star Martial Transformation, is to understand the essence of star techniques and convert any form of star technique into pure star power. Be it for offense or defense, it will have amazing effect. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. To be honest, when Jiang Shao saw Y. Lisabet's Holy Cross star map, his train of thought went astray. He thought that Hopkins was wearing a cross on his chest, so Jiang Zhao's star techniques such as blessing and silence could not affect Hopkins. According to what Gaia said at this moment, no matter how exaggerated the effects of any star technique in the world were, be it physical output, magical output, mental attack, or soundless roar, everything could be converted into the purest star power attack for Hopkins. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he said in a trembling voice, "So, when Hopkins is attacked, he's not facing the attack of a star technique, but a pure star power attack that has been converted." "That's right. That's why I told you before that you're not on the same level as Hopkins." Gaia nodded slightly and continued, "As long as there is enough star power in Hopkins's body, he can use it to resist any attack. Objectively speaking, he will be able to erase all the effects of the star technique." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He immediately flipped open Star Warrior Era and found the third section, Star Martial Transformation. He then flipped to the fourth page. Jiang Shao frowned and murmured, "Understand the essence of star techniques. All star techniques are, of course, activated by star power. Hence, all the star techniques in the world, without exception, are products made of star power. It's just that their external manifestations are different. In essence, they are all star power." At this moment, the fourth page of the thick Star Warrior Era in Jiang Zhao's hands lit up with a bright ray of light. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly, and the mysterious words and symbols in his line of sight were suddenly unveiled. Another human anatomy chart appeared in front of Jiang Zhao. At this moment, Gaia couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. He understood it with just a touch. It was too scary. Simply too scary. The kid in front of me. What kind of star warrior is he? When Gaia opened her eyes, she saw a familiar scene. She couldn't help but be in a trance and even forget the questions in her heart. The scene in front of her was shockingly similar to the scene from decades ago. However, the young man holding the thick book was no longer a Westerner, but a young man from the East. He was not as handsome as the person from back then, but he was taller and more manly. No. Maybe none of them are. Gaia retracted her thoughts because she saw Jiang Zhao looking up at her with a look of surprise and surprise. Jiang Zhao's face overlapped with that of the young man from back then. They had the same surprised smile, the same clean face, and the same passionate gaze. At this moment, they seemed to have understood the mysteries of the world, and were full of ambition and passion. They swore to trample the world beneath their feet. Gaia pursed her lips. She had just met Jiang Zhao, but at this moment, she had an inexplicable feeling as if she had known him for decades. Jiang Zhao's look of surprise turned into one of confusion again, and he was once again sucked into a world of the cycle of seasons by a pair of bright eyes. However, this time, Gaia did not close her eyes. Looking at the two overlapping figures in her line of sight, Gaia reached out and picked up Jiang Zhao's palm. She exerted a little force and dragged Jiang Zhao, who was like a puppet, forward. Gaia picked up Jiang Zhao's palm with both hands, lowered her head and slowly closed her eyes. Her forehead was also pressed against the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. "Promise me don't become him." There was a picture of Mother Earth posted on Weibo. Those who were interested could take a look. Weibo, the writer. Chapter 1277. Gaia murmured softly with mixed emotions about the unknown. "I created another Hopkins with my own hands. Maybe I should destroy you now, or... It's too late and I can't destroy you anymore." Jiang Zhao, who came back to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He didn't know why Gaia became like this. He only knew that the back of his hand was pressed against her forehead, and it was very warm. Listening to her murmur, Jiang Zhao's emotions were a little complicated. Just a few seconds ago, she was still a high and mighty god who ruled over life and death for Jiang Zhao. But at this moment, she was holding Jiang Zhao's hand and praying devoutly. She prayed that the future she envisioned would not appear and that Jiang Zhao would not be the second Hopkins. The sudden change in identity and status made Jiang Zhao a little helpless. Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, I'm not him. Gaia shook her head from side to side and rubbed her forehead against the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. She closed her eyes and said calmly, "Yes, you're not. Not now and not in the future." Her murmur seemed to be comforting herself. Jiang Zhao raised his left hand, hesitated for a moment, and rubbed Gaia's long hair made of branches and leaves. While comforting her, he changed the topic. "Do you know the effect of star conversion on the 5th page?" No, after he understood the 4th page, he slowly changed. Gaia let go of Jiang Zhao's hand and said, "I don't know what the 5th page is, but maybe it was the 5th page that made him completely change. The only thing I can be sure of is that before I was imprisoned here by him, he didn't study the 5th page of star conversion." Speaking of this, Gaia sighed softly and said, 60 years have passed. He should have figured it out long ago. Jiang Zhao said, "Not necessarily." Gaia asked, "Huh?" Jiang Zhao shrugged and said, "His ultimate goal was to let me take him to break the shackles of space, explore the mysteries of the world, and see the outside world. In that case, there was no need for him to give me the book Star Warriors. However, not only did he ask me to copy his Star Warriors era, but he also sent me to you so that you could be my mentor and help me study the Star Warriors era. I think he just didn't understand it and was stuck. You have to know that I rarely met him, but almost every time we did, he would urge me to study Star Warriors. So, he must have seen how talented and intelligent I am, so he wanted me to help him research. Just like what you are doing now, wait for me to finish my research and give him the ready-made answers to copy." Outstanding talent? Peerless intelligence? Finally, Gaia separated the figures of Jiang Zhao and Hopkins. Although Hopkins was also a young man full of drive back then, at least he had the demeanor of a master, at least he still had his dignity. Gaia said, "Are you sure you've mastered the 4th page, martial star transformation?" Jiang Zhao nodded. "Yeah." Gaia hooked her finger and all of a sudden, gravel swept out from Jiang Zhao's hand. "Ouch!" Jiang Zhao stomped his feet in pain and waved his hands frantically. "Ah, damn it! Be gentler, Mother Earth." Gaia was speechless. Jiang Zhao said, "At least let me open the martial star transformation before you experiment." Gaia said, "Okay." All of a sudden, Gaia realized a very serious problem. In other words, Jiang Zhao did not use the 4th page of Star Warriors era to protect himself. However, there were no injuries on his palm. Did he rely on pure physical defense to block her attack? This, of course, Gaia knew how terrifying his attack was. Is his defense actually that strong? Hence, even without Star Warriors era, Jiang Zhao's abilities seemed to be much stronger than what Gaia had imagined. Jiang Zhao took a few steps back and looked at the 4th page of Star Warriors era. After studying it for a while in Gaia's vision, a string of mysterious star power symbols floated out and circled around Jiang Zhao's body several times before finally fusing into his body. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and muttered, "It's a switch type? In the future, if I don't change the switch, will it always be like this?" Jiang Zhao frowned and pondered while looking at Gaia. "Come on." Gaia slowly raised her hand. Jiang Zhao frantically said, "Be gentle." Gaia was speechless. The small gravel was swept away by Jiang Zhao's hand, but he had a strange expression on his face. Regardless of what star technique Gaia used, it would turn into a pure star power attack when it landed on Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Zhao discovered that the star power in his body was protecting his body before the scorching yang. Endurance technique resisted the opponent's attack. The majestic astral power surged and churned, continuously counteracting the sudden invasion of astral power from the outside. Why did Jiang Zhao say that endurance did not trigger the defensive effect? Because Jiang Zhao didn't feel any pain at all. He really didn't feel anything. If it weren't for the fact that the star power in his body was being depleted, Jiang Zhao would have even thought that Gaia didn't attack him. At this moment, there was only one word in Jiang Zhao's mind: Protection ring. Damn it, when Jiang Shao thought of that word, he was dumbfounded. Oh right. I'm a transmigrator. Why do I still have an impression of an ancient game from another world? Why did I blend in perfectly with the students from high school to university? Forget it, forget it. I'll stop thinking about it. It's good to be a spirited guy. The Star Warrior era on the 4th page had the same effect as a protective ring. Any star technique that struck Jiang Shao would not cause him to lose his stamina and vitality. Instead, it would be offset by the star power in his body. In other words, it would only consume his mana and not his vitality. In that case, Jiang Shao would be invincible if he activated star power abundance at the maximum level. If not, Jiang Shao still had countercurrent light. He could share star power with others. Besides, Jiang Shao also had the halo of nostalgia. Whenever it rained, the total amount of star power harvested would be extremely large. Under the effect of Star Warriors era, it would indeed be difficult to break through Jiang Zhao's defense. Jiang Zhao's body would only be harmed when his star power was depleted, and he could no longer offset the external attacks. However, Jiang Shao still had a bunch of mythical pets in his body, and he was also a medical awakened Star Warrior. His outstanding point was his endurance. How could he easily deplete his star power? Even if Jiang Zhao's star power was depleted, Gaia's attacks would finally be able to hurt Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao still had Jiao Yang, endurance. Interesting. Jiang Shao sat down and rested his elbows on his knees. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, what if I switch to the star map? Does it still have such an effect? I'll do it. Jiang Shao quickly switched back to the 9 stars star map and said, try again. Gaia cooperated and attacked again. This time, a clear pain came from the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. Jiang Shao suddenly transformed into a bear, rolled backward, and scrambled to his feet before retreating. Sure enough, after switching to the Star Warriors era, the 4th page of the star map that was attached to him disappeared. When he switched back, Jiang Shao discovered that the switch on the 4th page had been automatically turned off. Jiang Shao still had to turn into a Star Warrior again and reactivate his protection ring. This is going to be a little difficult. Is the 4th page of Star Warriors era strong? Of course it is. As long as Jiang Shao had enough star power in his body, he would be invincible. Besides, he would not be affected by any special offensive effects of star technique. However, Elizabeth's Holy Cross was not weak either. Magic immunity. However, unlike the 4th page of Star Warriors era, pure star power could hurt Jiang Shao instead of counteracting the star power in his body. The difference between the two was huge. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao was caught in a dilemma. Which one should I use? Come to think of it, if I open the 4th page of Star Warriors era and let the decoy put a cross on my body, what kind of scene would that be? Would the Holy Cross be useless? The Holy Cross was immune to magic, and only pure star power could hurt Jiang Shao. The 4th page of Star Warriors era was to return all star techniques to their source and turn them into pure star power. I'm screwing myself over? When Jiang Shao was attacked, he wondered if he should take the Cross sect or the Star Warriors sect. Jiang Shao immediately opened the space door, and the bait walked out and put a cross on Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao activated the Star Warriors era and looked at Gaia again. Come. Poor Mother Earth, she actually became a tool. A tool god. Jiang Shao, who was attacked again, couldn't help but sigh. Star Warriors era, really? Domineering. It directly removed the effects of the Holy Cross. When Jiang Shao activated Star Warriors era, the Holy Cross lost all its effects and was instantly changed into pure star power. The Holy Cross also changed from an auxiliary star map to an offensive and output star map for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao realized a very serious problem. In this state, Even ordinary auxiliary and medical star techniques would be a form of output for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao couldn't press bell to his chest because it was no longer a healing star technique, but an offensive star technique. Don't. Jiang Shao threw a countercurrent light at Gaia. All of a sudden, a large amount of vitality and star power surged towards the weak Jiang Shao. Damn it! Jiang Shao couldn't help but curse. He's too naive. Under the circumstances of activating the fourth page of Star Warriors era, countercurrent light was no longer sharing star power. Instead, it was a crazy output to Jiang Shao. The large amount of star power from the external world surged and offset the star power in Jiang Zhao's body. Even the effects of the countercurrent light star technique were tampered with? Jiang Shao was so frightened that he hurriedly cut off the countercurrent light. In the distance, Gaia also frowned slightly. The rapid loss of vitality and star power made her very uncomfortable. Jiang Shao looked at his hands in a daze and tried to activate star power abundance. Huff! The star power that swarmed around him no longer provided Jiang Shao with star power. Instead, it became an attack on him, frantically counteracting the star power stored in Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao turned off star power abundance, placed his hands on his hips, and sighed deeply. Activating the fourth page of Star Warriors era meant that Jiang Shao was going against the world. There was no distinction between positive and negative effect. To Jiang Shao, any form of star technique was an attack that would deplete the star power in his body. Star Warriors era. Even if you go against the world, I will stand by your side. Jiang Shao, why should I go against the world? Star Warriors era. It's okay, I'll help you. Chapter 1278. Gaia lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and sensed Jiang Zhao's movements. He seemed to be deep in thought. After a full 5 minutes, Jiang Shao suddenly waved his hand, and a space door opened. Wait for me. No need. Gaia then walked over and seemed to want to follow Jiang Shao into his space door. Jiang Shao scratched his head. What is this? Is this trust? At their level, there were not many taboos for Star Warriors. After all conspiracies and tricks were useless in the face of absolute power. However, to Gaia, her greatest taboo, and perhaps her only taboo, was entering another person's space. Why? Because of a unique experience. Because Gaia had been imprisoned for decades. To be honest, Jiang Shao felt flattered that she was willing to follow Jiang Shao into the Calamity Shadow World. Perhaps, this isn't her true form. After all, her true form is a mountain that still stands tall in the Alps. The two of them walked into the Calamity Shadow World one after another. Gaia turned around, opened her eyes, and looked around. It was a deep forest, but it was not quiet. Jiang Zhao's eyes were red and soon it started drizzling. Found the target, Jiang Shao flashed and returned with a white ghoul in his hand. To be exact, it was a white ghoul that had its chest pierced clearly. The moment Jiang Shao flashed over, he had already made his move. The white ghouls that he had brought back had already been dealt with. Gaia closed her eyes again and turned around. She could also feel the white ghoul's vitality rapidly diminishing, and Jiang Shao, who was squatting beside the white ghoul, seemed to be deep in thought. Hiss! Jiang Shao pressed the back of the white ghoul's head and pressed it to the ground. It struggled hard and let out a series of roars, but it became weaker and weaker. Jiang Shao also stepped back and held the Star Warriors era in his hand. Page 4. Let's go. Previously, when Jiang Shao activated Page 4, Protection Book, he had used countercurrent light on Gaia and suffered from the endless star power attack. Because Gaia was far stronger than Jiang Shao, her vitality was more exuberant, and her star power was denser than Jiang Zhao's. What about changing the target? What if he found a white ghoul whose vitality was about to be exhausted and whose star power was far less than Jiang Zhao's? After activating the protection page, Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light at the white ghoul. Roar! In an instant, the white ghoul was resurrected. Of course, the white ghoul was not dead in the first place, but at the instant that Jiang Shao connected it with countercurrent light, its wounds healed rapidly, and it got up abruptly before opening its crimson eyes. Gaia gently hooked his finger, and the ground beneath the white ghoul's feet suddenly split open. Its thick thigh instantly sank into the cracked ground. The white ghoul roared angrily, but the lower half of its body was buried underground. Its legs could not be pulled out no matter how hard it tried. It clawed at the ground fiercely, determined to tear the earth apart, but the grass that used to be soft was now terrifyingly sturdy. The white ghouls were forcefully controlled, Jiang Shao exclaimed in bewilderment. What's the matter, child? Gaia asked all of a sudden. Jiang Shao said, the special effects of the star techniques that you're imagining don't seem quite right. Gaia obviously hesitated for a moment before asking, what do you mean? Jiang Shao said, just now, my vitality and star power were all channeled into the weak white ghoul through countercurrent light. You have to know that I've now activated the fourth page, the protection page. It was understandable that the rules awakened, such as Ice Roar, would remove all freezing and tearing effects when it hit Hopkins' body and turn it into a pure star power attack. When thrown at Hopkins, Silence and Blessing would also be transformed into pure astral power to attack him. However, countercurrent light, it was an adjustment and sharing of star power in the first place. Jiang Shao turned to look at Gaia and said, I seem to have found a way to hurt him. Gaia had clearly caught up with Jiang Zhao's rhythm and said, can't he interpret your countercurrent light as pure star power and make this star technique completely ineffective? With a peculiar expression, Jiang Shao said, it can't be, Jiang Shao waved his hand again, and a ray of countercurrent light hung on the white ghoul. He cast aside all effects of the star technique and interpreted its external manifestation as pure star power lines. 2 seconds later. Jiang Shao sighed deeply, placed his hands on his hips, and shook his head helplessly. How naive. Jiang Shao thought that he had found the key to victory and thought that endurance star techniques were special. He thought that they were different from other star techniques such as output, control, and medical. However, reality slapped Jiang Shao in the face again. There was no difference. As long as it was a star technique, there would be no difference. When countercurrent light became a pure line of star power in Jiang Zhao's eyes, it did not even have the effect of transmission and sharing, let alone the so-called damage. At this moment, Jiang Shao had two identities. As the user of the star technique, Jiang Shao could still make countercurrent light effective. However, as the target of countercurrent light, Jiang Shao could completely erase the effects of countercurrent light from the perspective of the victim. Jiang Shao refused to believe it and cast another ray of countercurrent light on Gaia again. He tried to understand and apply the protective pages from the perspective of the victim. Jiang Shao discovered that Gaia's vitality and star power were no longer flowing into Jiang Zhao's body. After all, the so-called countercurrent light had become a pure line of star power, a useless line of star power. Gaia clearly sensed all of this. She stepped forward and comforted him in a gentle voice. Don't be discouraged, you've already done very well. Jiang Shao plopped onto the ground and scratched his head in frustration. Gaia stood beside Jiang Shao, squatted down, and comforted him softly. You have to try an experiment and you have to consider all kinds of situations. You've failed now, but you've also figured it out. It's much better than being blindly confident and letting him teach you a lesson when you go to war with him in the future. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, You're really good at comforting people. Gaia smiled. Don't give up, we still have a lot of time. Jiang Shao said, You can rest assured about this. I'm not someone who gives up easily. If this path doesn't work, I'll find another one. I don't believe that he's really invincible. This damned Star Warriors era. Gaia pressed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said softly, maybe I can encourage you and make you happier. Jiang Zhao turned his head and looked at Gaia in shock. Gaia closed her eyes and said, you said, you can copy other people's star maps, right? Jiang Zhao's mouth was half open and he was stunned for a while before he finally exclaimed, ah. Gaia stood up and took 2 steps back. In front of her, a special star map bloomed. Maybe it can give you more leverage to win. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Damn it. What the hell is this? You're telling me this is a star map? Isn't this too simple? This is black soil? Damn, so you're black soil? Jiang Zhao looked up at Gaia and said, 75? Are you born in the year of the tiger? Gaia was obviously stunned and said, what? No, nothing. Jiang Zhao waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. Again? Exposed my age, Gaia frowned slightly, but she did not dwell on this issue. Instead, she continued, this is the Earth star map, the star map that nurtures all things. Yes, yes. Jiang Zhao nodded repeatedly. When he saw Gaia's original body, Jiang Zhao knew how powerful her star map was. However, Jiang Zhao never expected that her original body was a mountain, and her star map was actually a piece of land. The texture of the dark land was simply terrifying. He could even see the dark, granular soil clearly. Gaia spoke again. Hopkins doesn't dare to see me until now because of my star map. Of course, Jiang Zhao knew how strong Gaia was. Among Hopkins's teammates, only Gaia did not know that Jiang Zhao would come because Hopkins did not tell Gaia in advance. Previously, after Jiang Zhao received the message from Akiso, he thought that Hopkins did not want to see his old lover, so he did not inform Gaia. But now, it seemed that it was because of his strength. Gaia said, he and I can kill each other. Jiang Zhao was interested and asked hurriedly, what do you mean? Gaia stood on the ground and gently rubbed her toes. She said, as long as I'm still standing on the ground, the earth will provide me with endless energy. Not only star power, but also vitality. This means that I have enough star power to completely destroy him. Similarly, if he takes me away from the ground, I will also be in danger. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed and his heart trembled violently. What did he hear? Damn it! She was indeed a god from the ancient times. The effect of her star map was so powerful? There was obviously a reason why she could make Hopkins fearful. Gaia continued, any star technique that attacks Hopkins will be converted into star power and offset with the star power in his body. As for me, I won't be hurt at all. As long as I'm still standing on the ground, any attacks against me will be borne by the earth. Jiang Zhao looked at Gaia with a dumbfounded expression and said, in other words, the earth provides you with vitality and star power. It also protects you in all aspects and bears all your injuries. Guya gently nodded his head. However, he sighed and said, it's a pity. After being imprisoned here, I gradually comprehended the second star martial transformation during the lonely years. Otherwise, there would have been an interesting battle between him and me. Child, do you want this star map? Jiang Zhao looked at Gaia dumbfoundedly and blurted out, Mom? Gaia was dumbfounded. That. Jiang Zhao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly said, what I mean is, Mother Earth, please maintain your current posture. Don't move, there were too many soil particles and Jiang Zhao had to copy them for a while. You may not believe it if I say it. Apart from having Mother Earth, you'll soon have Father Earth. Thank you for the reward from the Chief of the Hammer. The boss is so generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1279. Gaia stood in the same place and looked at Jiang Zhao quietly. To be precise, she was looking at the constantly changing star map on Jiang Zhao's chest. This was one of the few times she could open her eyes and look at Jiang Shao because Jiang Zhao's full attention was on the star map on her chest and would not be dragged into the cycle of seasons by her eyes. For Gaia, since she had already chosen to trust Jiang Shao, there was no need to hide it anymore. The two of them had a common enemy. Besides, Gaia could only pin her hope of regaining freedom on the child in front of her. After a long time, the star map on Jiang Zhao's chest gradually stopped changing. Every grain of soil was full and it was no different from Gaia's star map. Gaia asked, "Do you feel the power of the earth, child?" Jiang Shao looked solemn and lowered his head slightly, as if he was carefully experiencing something. Without needing Jiang Shao to ask, Gaia said carefully, "About the first level of star martial transformation, you can imagine my appearance and feel the connection between you and the earth under your feet. You are closely connected to it. From now on, it will be your strongest support. On this piece of land, you can do whatever you want." Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully. He really felt that the land under his feet was closely connected to him. It was a wonderful feeling, just like the perception of the water droplets in the tear domain. It was also at this moment that Jiang Shao carefully felt that his physical body was also constantly changing. His pitch-black hair gradually turned green. Tiny saplings intertwined with each other as they grew. Finally, they converged into a pocket-sized version of a giant tree. Long branches hung down naturally, and dense leaves were scattered. On Jiang Zhao's body, the sea-devouring robe made a decision on its own and moved away from Jiang Zhao's body. However, the ocean-blue military uniform on Jiang Zhao's body suffered a disaster. Forests, deserts, mountains, rivers, all kinds of terrain were rendered on Jiang Zhao's body, completely assimilating his ordinary ocean-blue clothes. In just a few seconds, Jiang Shao had become exactly the same as Gaia. Apart from his face and palms, his entire skin and even his entire body had become a variety of terrain. From spring to autumn, from green to yellow, from forests to deserts, from mountains to rivers. Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at his shoulder. There was a cliff where a waterfall was flowing downwards. Jiang Shao could vaguely see the traces of a beautiful rainbow. "You might not believe it, but I've turned myself into a decoration." With his current form, if he were to go to any house, his status would definitely soar. Even the entrance fee had to be paid. As Jiang Shao turned his head, the drooping branches of the giant tree above him also scattered in front of him. Jiang Shao raised his hand, picked up a branch, and brought it to his mouth. Gaia's breath caught in his throat. Jiang Shao suddenly opened his mouth, and plucked all the leaves off the branch as if he was eating a skewer. "I eat myself. Are you scared?" "Baji. Baji." Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face as he turned to look at Gaia. "Are these leaves quite delicious?" "Heh." Gaia took a deep breath and held it in. Then, he said calmly, "In the first stage of star transformation, the earth will be your shield, allowing you to do whatever you want on this land." Jiang Shao looked at the branches in front of him, which were once again covered in dense leaves. He couldn't help but stroke his long hair with one hand and pick it up gently with the other. All of a sudden, a layer of gravel appeared on the ground and floated in the air. However, it quickly lost contact with Jiang Shao and fell back to the ground again. Gaia explained patiently, "The premise of doing whatever you want is that you have to have a root and be closely connected to the ground. If the root is cut off, you won't be able to do anything." That's an interesting restriction. While Jiang Shao was deep in thought, a mud snake appeared shakily beside him, followed by a stone snake made of gravel. The two snakes grew from the ground and gathered in midair, forming the shape of an arch. Jiang Shao immediately got excited. Of course, he did not have any stone or mud star techniques, but under the effect of the star map, he could change the terrain around him at will. Jiang Shao thought of the star technique of the Russian Federation mercenaries when he was in the snowfield back then, Mud River! At the next moment, the ground under Jiang Zhao's feet began to surge rapidly, rising and falling like a muddy river. If the Earth-type and Stone-type star techniques were just a form of expression, the large topographic map would be like going back to the source and allowing Jiang Zhao to understand the usage of all Earth-type star techniques from the source. Oh my God! Jiang Zhao thought of the scene of Gaia imprisoning the white ghouls just now. He stretched out his hand and the ground under Gaia's feet suddenly cracked open, after which Gaia's body sank rapidly. Naughty, Gaia said as she glared at Jiang Zhao. Sometimes youth was just a form of camouflage. Gaia quietly floated to the ground and said, "When you turn into a star warrior for the second time, you'll realize how limited you are at this time." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. "I can already do whatever I want. How is that limited?" Seemingly sensing Jiang Zhao's bewilderment, Gaia smiled gently and suddenly raised her hand to aim at a small tree beside her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, under Jiang Zhao's astonished gaze, he saw the small tree grow at a crazy speed. The trunk kept getting thicker and bigger, and the branches kept growing. In just a few seconds, the small tree had grown into a towering tree. Gaia said softly, "When you enter the star end stage and turn into a star warrior for the second time, your relationship with the Earth will change. You will be the Earth. By then, you will truly be able to feel the nourishment that the Earth brings to you. You will also be able to mobilize this power to nurture all things in the Earth. Your vitality and star power are almost endless. Anyone who hurts you will also be transferred to the ground under your feet." Jiang Zhao nodded dumbly and said, "By then, will I become a mountain like you?" "Yeah." Gaia nodded. "That's right. That will be your second form. You'll like it." Jiang Zhao asked, "Why do you say that?" Gaia said, "It's hard to describe the feeling. You'll have to experience it yourself when the time comes. Also, did you notice a problem?" Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh? What problem?" Gaia said, "You've been looking into my eyes and communicating with me." Jiang Zhao froze for a moment and couldn't help but blink. He carefully stared into Gaia's bright eyes and said, "It's true. I won't be dragged into the 4 seasons reincarnation cycle by your eyes." Gaia pointed at Jiang Zhao's body and said, "You and I are the origin now, and your body is also experiencing the 4 seasons reincarnation cycle." Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and lowered his head to look at his body that had turned from green to yellow. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Zhao's skin was dynamic at this moment. Damn, how much does this cost? A global limited edition skin. Only 2 were released. Jiang Zhao released the star power threads and flashed away with Gaia. Gaia felt her vision blur and found herself standing on a large platform. This is the platform on the 3rd floor of the stone villa. Gaia took 2 steps forward and stood at the edge of the platform. She saw the huge lake in front of the house that she couldn't see the end of. She also saw the beautiful snow-capped mountain in the distance that connected to the horizon. Gaia's heart skipped a beat and she asked, "This is your home?" "Yes." Jiang Zhao replied while putting up a peace sign with the snow mountain as the background and revealing his white teeth. In front of Jiang Zhao was wearing a straw hat, beach pants, and a flowery shirt. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand and taking pictures of Jiang Zhao. After all, it was a hot summer day and Jiang Zhao's clothes were relatively cool. Gaia leaned forward curiously and looked at the mobile phone in Jiang Zhao's hand. She was indeed a little curious about the gadgets of human society. It seems like this thing can save a person's image? By the way, Gaia, you've been imprisoned for so long and have been fed by the Earth. Have you not eaten for a long time? Jiang Zhao suddenly said. Gaia was stunned for a moment before nodding gently. Jiang Zhao said excitedly, "I'll show you my culinary skills. Roast beef, hot milk, and all kinds of fruit. You've helped me so much, I have to reward you no matter what." After saying that, Jiang Shao flashed with Gaia and entered a sea of flowers before leaving alone. It was a real sea of flowers. The small flowers were like wildflowers by the roadside, while the large flowers were as large as umbrellas. Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly very fond of the environment there. Jiang Shou took out a milk bucket from his space, found a cow, and began to milk it. Gaia gently stroked the huge petals with one hand and said, "You have a lot of clones." Jiang Shou said, "Yes." Gaia asked, "Where did your main body go?" Jiang Shou said, "He went to pick fruits for you. There are thorny fruits that are a specialty of the alien planet, as well as watermelons, peaches, melons, cherries, and so on. Those fruits are planted with the savages." Gaia asked, "Star beasts?" Jiang Shou exclaimed, "Ah! The star beasts in the alien planet are all very intelligent. You should know that. The savages live in the northeasternmost part of China. My main body has to go there to pick them for you." Gaia thought about it and said, "I thought you only had a forest, but it seems that your star technique, space wrap, is more than that. It seems like you and Hopkins both have star techniques of unattainable quality. Your space wrap is also a planet, right?" Jiang Shou nodded and said, "Yes." Gaia's expression froze and she asked, "Like him, you can also improve the quality of your star techniques by absorbing the star beads of the star beasts?" While milking the cow, Jiang Shou replied softly, "N." Gaia's voice trembled a little as she said, "You mean you have an internal star map just like him?" Jiang Shou's head was instantly filled with question marks. Hopkins even told me about the internal star map? Damn it! How reckless was this old man back then? Not getting a response from Jiang Shou, Gaia said, "He used to talk to me about everything. That was a secret between us. He always said that he was the one chosen by God." The milkman paused slightly. Jiang Shou turned around and lifted the brim of his straw hat with one hand. He then smiled at Gaia and said, "Seems like he wasn't the only one chosen, right?" Gaia held her breath for a moment and forgot how to respond. For so many years, she had been shrouded in dark clouds, and she had been pressed down by a mountain named Hopkins. She had struggled to breathe. She stared at the young man in front of her and listened to the news. She looked at his clear eyes and bright smile. All of a sudden, she felt that the world was so beautiful. "Thank you to a pot of cool breeze for giving me 80,000 yuan. Boss is so generous. Thank you for becoming the 100th chief. I won't say anything else. May Daddy Earth protect you." Chapter 1280. A month later. In the land of Beijiang in the Calamity Shadow World. The star power around Jiang Zhao's body was dense, and a large amount of star power that was as viscous as water surged into Jiang Zhao's body. While retching, he watched the white ghoul witch star bead in his hand gradually shatter. Finally, 2 messages came from the internal star map. Blessing leveled up. Scorching Yang quality. Bait leveled up. Scorching Yang quality. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and hurriedly looked at his internal star map. Scorching Yang, decoy. Create a decoy, 6/9. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Indeed, there were 9 baits of the highest quality. Cough, cough. Jiang Shao covered his lower abdomen with one hand and couldn't help but bend down. His retching turned into a dry cough. Damn it, I only used to retch symbolically, but now the reaction is getting bigger and bigger. It's finally my turn. I'm a male vomiting master. What do you guys want to ask? Jiang Shao looked at Jiao Yang's blessing and waved his hand, despite the fact that his body was extremely bloated. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's face turned pale, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He hurriedly flashed away and fled. Just as Jiang Shao flashed to the edge of the forest, he saw that the top of the forest where he was just now was covered by a thick layer of white clouds. It was a torrential downpour. The light rain of blessing was even more intense than the torrential rain of tears of sorrow. This wasn't a blessing rainstorm or even a torrential downpour. This It was a pure waterfall. The thick clouds were no longer the usual white color, but milky white? It's actually the same color as milk candy? The thick white clouds poured down like a torrent. Jiang Shao was very sure that if he were to continue standing in the forest, it would probably take a long time for him to wake up. In fact, Jiang Shao even felt that his body might be blown up. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. The original blessing of the candlelight moon required Jiang Shao to shoot a ray of blessing light from his palm into the sky and support the cloud of blessing to open up. After that, specks of light would fall. Now, it went from continuous casting to one-time summoning. There was another benefit. Due to the summoning of Jiao Yang's blessing, Jiang Shao lost a large amount of star power in his body. Hence, he no longer felt bloated and did not retch for the time being. However, the maximum level of star power abundance was not a joke. As a large amount of sticky and suffocating star power surged into Jiang Zhao's body, he soon retched again. Ugh, the blessing was poisoned again. Diamond Blessing was a holy light magic circle. It was the powerful embodiment of irascible poisonous milk. The star's blessing had undergone a huge change, turning from a pillar of light to a rain of light. Subsequently, the candlelight blessing allowed Jiang Shao to freely adjust the rain of light. She could be cute and gentle, salty and sweet. Jiang Shao could choose to heal everyone or nourish their bodies and minds silently. However, this Jiao Yang blessing was enraged again. There was no room for negotiation. This world. Feel the blessings bring you happiness. Why do I feel like something's not right? This was supposed to be a very domineering sentence, but why did it sound so childish? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but touch his chin. The big bosses of the villains were all making the world feel pain. As for my ultimate meaning, it was to make the world feel happiness. TSK. Indeed, I'm a bright and great positive character. While Jiang Shao was crowning himself as king, he flashed back to the stone villa, leaving behind a bunch of white ghouls in the forest. After returning to the villa area, Jiang Shao did not return to his house. Instead, he went to the tree hat bridge and asked for a bowl of soup from Grandma Z. He switched the star map back and forth and summoned 3 brand new bait. He didn't know what level his astral power had reached after a month of hard work and constant astral power transformation of his body. According to Jiang Zhao's state of absorbing star power every minute and second and his body being transformed by star power, Jiang Zhao's 1 day of training would probably be comparable to a month of training for an ordinary star warrior. In fact, Jiang Zhao's estimation was conservative. It might be more than a month. However, it was certain that Jiang Zhao's body had yet to enter the end star stage. But whether he was at the late stage Starry Sky realm or the peak of the Starry Sky realm was still questionable. Jiang Shao, who had many tricks up his sleeves, naturally had his own ways to deal with it. His bait could be modified by star warriors. If he could bring the bait to the star end stage, then it meant that his main body was at least standing on the threshold of the late stage Starry Sky realm, or even the peak of the Starry Sky realm. Moreover, there was a huge advantage to this move. If Jiang Zhao's body was stuck at the peak of the Starry Sky realm, then he could replace it with another peak of the Starry Sky realm as bait. In theory, Jiang Shao could undergo countless transformations to break through the star end stage. What did this mean? This meant that Jiang Shao could obtain the benefits of breaking through to the star end stage countless times. He could be imbued with wisdom by the star atlas again and again. While he was thinking, one of the 3 baits in front of him lit up the Star Warrior era star map, another lit up the Earth star map, and the last one lit up the 9 star map. The bait that lit up the map was very easy to distinguish. After all, when Jiang Shao was summoning the bait of any star map, he would also have to switch star maps. When Jiang Shao summoned Terra Dawn, just now, it inevitably transformed into a beautiful landscape image. After cutting off the sensory connection, He held the Star Warrior era, Dawn, in his hand and flipped open the book. A series of mysterious words floated out and circled around the 9 stars. Dawn. In theory, Jiang Shao could be imbued with wisdom by the star map countless times. However, at the end of the day, he still had to put it into practice. Hence, in order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Shao let the bait with the 9-star map undergo human transformation first. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's star map could be said to be scorching hot. It was almost going to explode. However, the background color of Jiang Zhao's star map was still the deep night sky, and the star power was also blue. It could be seen that everything was caused by the scorching hot star slot of the main body. Otherwise, the background color of the star map of the bait that was exactly the same as Jiang Zhao's would also be a grayish-red scorched earth. 9-star Dawn frowned and allowed his body to be transformed. In his mind, he was also consciously thinking about what the second transformation of the 9-star array might bring him. At this moment, what Jiang Shao needed most was, of course, to break through the space dimension. Although Jiang Shao was currently in his own Calamity Shadow world, after opening the door, the outside world would be Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world. Of course, Jiang Shao did not want to be trapped here for the rest of his life. Would it be the ability to break through the space dimension? It seems the direction is not right. Heh! 9-star Dawn closed his eyes and felt the endless energy flowing into his head, transforming his body again and again, improving his star power realm. What could it be? 9-star Dawn frowned. The first star martial transformation gave Jiang Shao the ability to go back and space positioning. Can this second star martial transformation allow me to predict the future? Or, on the basis of go back and space positioning, the upper limit of the ability will be increased again, becoming F***CK? 9-star Dawn could not help but curse. At the side, the 2 baits and the main body looked at 9-star Dawn curiously. Well, since the sensory connection was temporarily cut off, Jiang Shao did not know what was happening. Did the bait really advance to the end of star stage? Was he really enlightened for the second time? Beside him, Granny Z was shocked, the rich soup in the broken bowl in her hand spilling all over the ground. 9-star Dawn's eyes widened as he raised his head and looked at the sky in a daze. In his left and right eyes, there were 9 stars arranged in order, shining with a cold glint. Waves of star power rippled out from 9-star Dawn's body. At the same time, in the living room on the first floor of the stone villa, Gaia curled up on the sofa with a cup of warm milk on her knees. If her legs moved even a little, the cup of milk would be knocked over, but Gaia was as steady as an old dog. No matter how the button in her hand crackled, her knees did not move at all. She held a game controller in her hand and her eyes were focused on the TV in front of her. On the TV screen, there was a black guy wearing a baseball cap, wandering around the streets of Los Santos. This game console was bought many years ago. As for the specifics, Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruin was of low quality and only had stone pillars and the night sky. At that time, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue experienced the incident with Judge Yen. When they broke out of the door of Judge Yen, they mistakenly entered Fang Xingyun's Scourge Ruin and endured the pain of being imprisoned. At this point, Jiang Shao learned from the painful experience and decided to add some interesting things to his space. He bought this game console and a few game discs. However, the game console had always been in a dust-eating state, so he had no time to play at all. He never expected that this game console was prepared for Gaia many years in the future. In fact, at Gaia's age, she should not be particularly obsessed with games, but Give Him Love was too awesome. It simply opened the door to a whole new world for Gaia. Since the last century, Gaia had been imprisoned in Ocean Ridge World, isolated from the rest of the world. As of now, she had been imprisoned for nearly 60 years. She was a person who was completely out of touch with the times. Not to mention 60 years, Even if a person was released from prison for 10 years, he would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace of the times. Everything he saw would be new and interesting. Through Give Him Love, Gaia finally understood what a cell phone was. She had also seen the modern society, the unimaginably prosperous city, the skyscrapers, the endless traffic. Just as Gaia was controlling her character to snatch a small sports car and was waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, she suddenly, I feel that something is wrong. Gaia came back to her senses from the luxurious life of Luoxing City. Feeling the immense energy, she picked up the cup of hot milk, and with a flash, she appeared by the lake in the forest. Gaia blinked, a little confused by the scene before her. Although she knew that Jiang Shao had plenty of bait, the scene of 4 Jiang Shao appearing in front of her at the same time was still a little unacceptable. Soon, Gaia no longer bothered about Jiang Shao. She stared intently at Jiang Shao, who had left the team, and felt the surging star power in his body. Ka-cha! Gaia clenched her fists tightly, causing the glass to shatter and the warm milk to spill all over the ground. She said in a deep voice, "End of stars." Right in front of her, 9-Star Dawn slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of neatly arranged eyes. They were bright, eye-catching, and captivating. Yes, end of stars. Thank you, 3 mountains and 2 waters, for the 80,000 reward. The 101st cute lord. The boss is generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1281. So, what's the effect of your second star transformation? Gaia looked at Jiang Shao expectantly, and even her voice was trembling a little. Clearly, she also yearned for freedom. When hope was right in front of her, the god-level star warrior panicked a little. While absorbing the star bead of the void calamity, 9-Star Dawn frowned and said, "I can trace back time for a long, long time." 9-Star Dawn sighed softly. Previously, the 9-star eyes could also allow Jiang Shao to go back in time to see what happened in the past, but it could only trace back for a year and a half at most. However, if he went back further, the energy consumption would increase exponentially, and Jiang Shao would pass out because of the excessive energy consumption before he could see the specific scene. However, things seem to be different now. The second star transformation of the 9-star array clearly indicated that Jiang Shao could trace back to the past almost indefinitely. Although he could not reach the level of 500 years in the future, Jiang Shao could now have 500 years in the future. In other words, if Jiang Shao were to enter the dragon cave again, he would be able to find out how his parents disappeared back then as long as he was given a stable environment. The second effect of the 9-star array was still spatial positioning, but compared to before, the positioning was clearer and more accurate. In general, the second star transformation of the 9-star array did not add any new abilities, but it was further enhanced on the basis of the original abilities. Tracing back time was a qualitative change, while spatial positioning was a quantitative change. While thinking about it, 9-Star Dawn had already absorbed the star technique of the spacetime rift. Filled with hope, Jiang Shao flashed. He flashed on the spot. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell silent. Seeing Jiang Zhao's expression, Gaia's tensed heart gradually relaxed, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Ah! Gaia sighed softly. How can it be that easy to teleport across dimensions? Perhaps it was because he had too high of expectations for him. The atmosphere by the lake in the forest was rather depressing. Gaia thought about it and decided to speak up to divert Jiang Zhao's attention. In other words, your bait can now become a mountain. Jiang Shao snapped out of his trance and nodded gently. He then summoned another star Era, Akatsuki, and looked at Mother Earth, Akatsuki. Gaia suddenly said, "Let's go somewhere else. It's best if it's more spacious." "That's right," Jiang Shao said as he led everyone away. Standing in the endless Sahara Desert, Jiang Shao and Gaia watched from afar, while Star Age Akatsuki stood in front of Earth Akatsuki and picked up a thick book. Under Gaia's gaze, a series of runes floated out and spun around Earth Akatsuki's body. Dawn of the Great Earth looked solemn as he stroked his long green hair. As he raised his hand, the waterfall on the cliff on his shoulder changed its direction and flowed to his side. However, after the waterfall left Jiang Zhao's body, it disappeared without a trace and did not fall to the ground to become real water stains. Our relationship has changed. The earth is no longer my shield, but has become one with me. Big Earth, Shao Tianyun muttered, his mind recalling Gaia's inculcation to him. I can't just do whatever I want to the surrounding land, the earth will provide me with nourishment and endless energy, and bear all the damage to my body, or should I say, there's no question of who to bear it for, because I am the earth, I am, he? It was at this moment that Dawn of the Great Earth's eyes gradually widened. Layer after layer of star power surged into Dawn of the Great Earth's body, and his body that was covered by the natural landscape gradually grew bigger and bigger. Jiang Shao suddenly felt that he had been too conservative. He stepped on the soft sand and retreated again. No need. Gaia, who was beside him, said, "You see me as a mountain, but in fact, a large part of me is a mountain that exists naturally. My body is just a part of that mountain, and it's just as tall as the mountain." Jiang Shao said, While he was stunned, Dawn of the Great Earth's body in front of him seemed to grow endlessly. What was indomitable? What was towering into the clouds? Jiang Shao finally understood the meaning of these two words. Dawn of the Great Earth stepped on the relatively flat desert, growing from 8 meters to 18 meters, and then to 180 meters, in the end, when Dawn of the Great Earth truly advanced and comprehended the second star martial transformation. He had already become a huge and terrifying existence. On the huge body that was more than 3,000 meters tall, the miniaturized landscape had now become a natural landscape of a normal size. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed as he tried hard to raise his head and look at himself that towered into the clouds. His heart was filled with shock. This is me? Is this really me? I am so strong? At this moment, in Dawn of the Great Earth's vision, everything seemed so small. The boundless desert and the sand dunes that he had to climb were no longer important at this moment, and he no longer needed to pay attention to these existences. In his vision, there seemed to be a small oasis in the Far East. The terrifying distance in the past was now only a few steps away. Dawn of the Great Earth raised his arm and tried to touch the low white clouds in the sky, but his palm penetrated the layers of clouds and gently patted the white clouds that were like cotton candy. His form had completely changed. In the past, at least his face and palms were human flesh and skin. Now, there was no longer a face and palms. In terms of his entire body, he was left with 30% flesh and blood. Dawn of the Great Earth looked at his palm and seemed to recall the scene of the battle between Jiang Shao and Poseidon. So, this was Gaia's perspective back then? It really looked like an ant. She also had a very gentle heart. Logically speaking, if it was Jiang Shao, seeing two weak existences fighting in his palm, or even the lines on his palm, Jiang Shao would really find it hard to look them in the eye. Gaia said, "Do you feel the power of the earth?" "Yes, I feel it." After their senses were connected, Jiang Shao said, "The feeling of being one. Not to mention others asking me to leave the ground, even I myself find it hard to cut off such an intimate connection." Gaia's voice became softer and softer as she tried to raise her head and look at the replica of herself. She said softly, "You can try to use your ability." Beside her, Jiang Shao said, "Do what?" There was a trace of reminiscence in Gaia's eyes, as if she was thinking of herself in the past. She said softly, anything you want to do." Jiang Shao hesitated for a while. In the distance, the towering dawn of the great earth had his palms hanging down naturally. Around his body, in the barren desert, a patch of green grass gradually emerged. The sand gradually dissipated and the soil slowly appeared. From time to time, the ground would sink and water would continuously seep out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, in the blink of an eye, the land around dawn of the great earth had turned into a grassland, then from a grassland to a forest. As expected, you and I are different, Gaia said softly. Jiang Shao asked, why? Gaia shook her head and said with a smile, when I entered this state, the first thing I did, I flattened a mountain. Jiang Shao was speechless. Gaia said with a smile, later, I repaired the mountain and became one with it. Indeed, it's easy to lose your balance. The energy coming from the earth is too terrifying. From a world-class star warrior, I suddenly became the omnipotent god of earth. It's a wonderful feeling. You haven't changed much. That's good. Gaia looked at the green forest from afar and sighed softly. When you discover that you can do whatever you want and dominate everything, your first reaction is to create an oasis in this barren desert. It's to create, not destroy. It's to live, not die. Boom! As soon as Gaia finished speaking, the towering dawn of the great earth in the distance suddenly lifted its foot and stomped down heavily. All of a sudden, the earth shook, the forest was crushed, and dust was everywhere. It was a mess, is that so? Jiang Zhao's body swayed from side to side along with the tremors of the earth. It doesn't seem as interesting as I imagined. Gaia was speechless. After a while, Jiang Shao finally stabilized his body and said, let's try other bait and other star maps. Jiang Shao then replaced Star Angie Dawn, who had already fainted. After the senses were interconnected and he obtained all the information, Jiang Shao also replaced the 9-star warrior Dawn that had been modified previously. Speaking of which, what's the 2nd Star Warrior transformation in Star Warrior Era? Using Star Warrior Era to help Star Warrior Era? There was no one else who could do this. Jiang Shao was just about to switch to the Star Warrior Era star map, but his movements froze slightly. Gaia acutely noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Shao and asked, what's wrong? Gulp. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened and his throat moved. Is there a bug? Gaia asked, what bug? Right in front of Gaia, Jiang Zhao's body lit up with a 9-star map. All of a sudden, it was grayish-red and Gaia took a few steps back. Even Gaia was fearful of such a scorching star map. Or rather, she should be disgusted. As Mother Earth, she especially hated the aura coming from Jiang Zhao's star map. In fact, when Jiang Shao and Poseidon were fighting in Gaia's palm, the scorching sun blade that Jiang Shao summoned had already made Gaia very uncomfortable. Every time the scorching sun blade touched the lines on her palm, the normal grasslands and forests would all be burned to ashes, turning into a scorched land full of cracks. Jiang Shao turned to look at Gaia in a daze and said, my body hasn't advanced to the star technique stage, but my bait has succeeded, and I've completely comprehended the 2nd Star Warrior transformation of the 9-star maps. The bait is another me. In other words, although I'm not at the star end stage, I've completely mastered the 2nd Star Warrior transformation. Gaia nodded thoughtfully and said, it's just like how some talented and intelligent star warriors can master most of the effects of the star map when they're at the peak of the galaxy stage. However, the Star Warrior transformation is an ability of the Starfall stage. Yes, that's more or less what I mean. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Gaia had completely caught up with Jiang Zhao's train of thought. Gaia nodded and after confirming the point in her heart, she asked in bewilderment, so? Your bait can turn into the Star Marshal a 2nd time. What's the difference between that and your real body? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, you know, my star map is of the space series, so it can cause space-time star techniques to mutate. Gaia's eyes lit up. Jiang Shao said, Any star technique that is compatible with the star map will have a certain increase after the Star Warrior transformation of the star map. Don't you know that? Gaia shook her head silently and said, I've already become the mother of all things on Earth. I can't tell which are my star techniques and which are my abilities anymore. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought that it made sense. The Earth star map allowed all soil, stones, sand, and even plant-type star techniques to be traced back to their origins. Putting aside the external manifestations of the star techniques, Gaia became an omnipotent god. Maybe she might have some misunderstandings about the strength of her star technique. Jiang Shao said, I have a friend whose star map is a flower. After she turned into the second Star Warrior transformation, all the flower-type star techniques in her star slot underwent terrifying changes. Jiang Kelly's Sakura Sky domain was a normal pink cherry blossom petal that fell and had a radius of 500 meters. The Sakura Sky domain, which was of the same quality, turned into black cherry blossom petals in three-tailed star map, and the radius of perception increased to 1,000 meters. It was a complete mutation. Just now, the star technique of the spacetime rift that Jiang Shao used to bait him was only of diamond quality. Now, the spacetime rift in Jiang Zhao's star map was of the highest quality, scorching yang quality. On this basis, you're going to strengthen it. The spacetime rift has finally become its final version and become a true lawless lunatic. It turns out that in order to reach the ultimate quality of a certain type of star technique, one must not only have the scorching yang quality, but also the corresponding star map? At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao's heart trembled violently. Hopkins had long expected this? Is that why he sees Jiang Shao as his only hope? It was because Jiang Shao could have the highest quality star technique of space. Similarly, after he turned into the second Star Warrior transformation, the star map of space would be able to provide Jiang Zhao's star technique with bonuses. Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiang Shao. What do you mean? Jiang Shao released the threads of star power and flashed with Gaia. In the next moment, the two of them stood at the foot of a mountain range. Gaia asked with a bewildered expression, This is, Jiang Shao pointed at the mountain that was more than 3,000 meters high and asked, Don't you find it familiar? It wasn't that she couldn't recognize him, but rather that she didn't dare to think about it at all. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm. You didn't open the space door just now. Jiang Shao answered, Yeah. Gaia grabbed Jiang Shao forcefully and said, You crossed the space dimension. Jiang Shao answered, Yeah. Heh. Gaia took a deep breath and looked at her body in disbelief. She asked in a trembling voice, I am free? Jiang Shao answered, Yeah. Gaia was dumbfounded. Chapter 1282. In the middle of September, the weather in Ludong province was still scorching hot. Stone Port was a small county-level city, but it had the largest fishing port in North China. Jiang Shao was rather familiar with the place. Once upon a time, he had a college roommate whose hometown was here. During those beautiful years, his college roommate even invited Jiang Shao to swim in his hometown. Jiang Shao was there. To be exact, he was the bait. However, he wasn't there to swim, and he didn't see any beautiful ladies in skimpy clothes either. Because, at this moment, Stone Port had already become one of the front lines of the Huaxia army. The Soul Dancer Legion of the Star Advent 7th Regiment, which was originally stationed in Ludong, had received orders from their superiors. Under the leadership of Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue, a group of Yin-Yang soul warriors, white-face dancers, and paper-ink book spirits followed the main force and stationed there. It would not be an exaggeration to call such a county-level city a fishing village. However, it had become an important town for the military to guard. As for the ocean, humans had almost lost control of it. At the end of the day, humans were still land creatures. Even if modern technology was advanced and some star warriors had underwater star techniques, the sturdy ships and cannons of humans were not enough to deal with the marine creatures. No matter how excellent the equipment was or how powerful the battleships were, they would still seem extremely clumsy to the marine creatures. The battlefront was inevitably pushed to the border between the sea and the land. Besides, that was only China, a country that could quickly gather troops and focus on guarding a place. Some countries in the world would always be politically charged regardless of the crisis they faced, even if they had reached the point of life and death. Under the constraints of various parties, they could be considered to be retreating. The name of the game was very appropriate to describe it: humanity's crushing defeat. At this moment, in the suburbs of Stoneport City, a number of rocket launchers were roaring and launching long-range attacks. However, they seemed to be unable to stop the other party. Fortunately, the ordinary people had long been evacuated, and the only ones left were the warriors. The sky was hazy and it was raining continuously. The thick fog came from the ocean, obscuring people's vision and adding a hint of fear to the people on land. In a forest near the coastline, the Star Beast army was lined up neatly without making any sound. Even the usually mischievous paper, ink book spirits were filled with anxiety at this moment. The ignorant are fearless. At this time, the book of ink and paper spirits had already fought 3 rounds with Ocean's side. They were very clear about the strength of the other side. Right above the forest, Xia Yan was wearing a black cloak and standing in the air, staring at the beach and sea in the distance. Her eyes were red, her face was gloomy, and her gaze was sharp. She held the sword in one hand and stroked her wet, short, curly hair with the other. What was it that turned a carefree, optimistic, and cheerful girl into such a person? It was life. It was one life after another that disappeared. After several battles, this lively and cheerful girl who loved to cry and laugh had gradually changed into her current self. Being a general was different from being a soldier who charged and broke through enemy lines. Xia Yan's responsibility was no longer to attack and conquer the land. Instead, she became the person who controlled the entire situation and the entire army. At this moment, every soldier's life, regardless of whether they lived or died, would be counted on her head. This kind of pressure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. In a quiet mountain forest, 2 people quickly floated up. Jiang Shao, the decoy, looked at Xia Yan with a worried expression. To be honest, he kind of regretted letting Xia Yan be the person in charge of the 7th Regiment of the Star Lin Army. She might be under too much pressure. Han Jiangshu floated to Xia Yan's side and said loudly, "Commander Luan has given the order to retreat appropriately. There are no ordinary people in Stoneport anymore, and it has been designated as a combat area. As long as we have the ocean, the invaders will have a backer and we can lure the enemy inland." Amidst the sounds of gunfire, Jiang Shao also yelled, "It's a wise decision to lure some of the marine creatures in and cut off the connection between the amphibious creatures and the pure marine creatures. We'll destroy them one by one." Xia Yan. Amidst the rumbling sounds of gunfire, Xia Yan nodded silently and said, "That's the only way." She stared at the beach in the distance that was shrouded in fog with a pair of menacing eyes. Nothing could be seen with the naked eye, but Xia Yan could detect a large number of figures of the Ocean Clan through her tier domain. The star technique, deep sea fog, could only hide the user's body. Xia Yan's tier domain could still detect the marine star beasts that couldn't use the deep sea fog. Xia Yan also discovered the large blue defensive shield that was propped up in the shallow sea. The marine army was resisting the dense gunfire and advancing step by step, which made them feel hopeless. Compared to the previous 3 ambushes, this time, the opponents seemed to be serious. The ear-piercing cries of the wave chasers could be heard, seemingly cheering for the marine army. Han Jiangshu quickly ordered the army to retreat and grabbed Xia Yan's arm with one hand. "Let's retreat too. Although we're far away from the beach, We'll soon be within the range of the Marine Army. Sensing that the fog from the ocean was rapidly drifting closer, Xia Yan suddenly turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "How's your communication with the poo-poo whale going?" Jiang Shao said softly, "Don't make things difficult for it." After all, the poo-poo whale was not the humming whale. It was not a companion that had accompanied Jiang Shao along the way, but a member that joined midway. The poo-poo whale did not make a clear statement regarding the battle between humans and the ocean. One side was the poo-poo whale's friend, while the other side was the people from its home. The poo-poo whale was probably very conflicted at this moment, so much so that it had already meditated. In Han Jiangshue's hailing shelter, the whale was no longer flying or swimming. Instead, it lay quietly on the beach like a beached whale, not moving at all. Jiang Shao pressed a hand on Xia Yan's shoulder and said, "I'm your superior, Xia Yan. All of our previous decisions were made with my approval. You don't have to bear them alone. I know what you're thinking, but retreating doesn't mean that we've given up, nor does it mean that our previous 3 battles were in vain. We're retreating for the sake of advancing, so that we can better exert our abilities and concentrate our advantages." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao's voice stopped. At this moment, his main body that he had cut off contact with a long time ago suddenly contacted him again. After exchanging senses, Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. Damn! Me! Why am I so impressive? I can actually break through the dimensional restrictions? Han Jiangshue clearly noticed Jiang Zhao's strange behavior and asked, "What's the matter? What happened?" Jiang Shao said, A waterspout was pushed up, wreaking havoc on everything on the ground." Hiu, 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 hiu. The omnipresent waterspout that was rampaging and pushing forward frantically laid a solid foundation for the marine creatures that landed behind. A series of sounds that sounded like labor chants came from the thick fog. Under Xia Yan's perception, a group of skeleton sailors carried a small sea phantom ship and landed on the beach. The group of pale skeleton sailors were wearing headscarves and bony accessories on their skulls. They formed a group of 6 and were carrying a small ship forward quickly. Buzz! A strange sound that seemed to have come from the deepest part of the ocean was lingering in everyone's ears. Xia Yan's expression changed, and she could sense a large sea phantom battleship emerging from the bottom of the water. It didn't need the sailors to carry it because it could fly on its own. Huff! A strong gust of wind swept over and even blew away the thick fog. All the long-range artillery fire was blown away by the swirling hurricane and scattered on the ground. Han Jiangshue hurriedly took out the walkie-talkie and yelled, "Stop! Stop attacking!" Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, a large sea phantom battleship flew up from the ocean. Groups of sailors were blown off balance by the wind, and the small boats that they had just carried to land on the shore rose into the air with the help of layers of wind and waves, and approached the land. The army was pressing on. Stars, sea phantom wind. Apart from the sea phantom wind, there seemed to be stars, sea phantom cannon. The giant battleship that was more than 300 meters long and more than 30 meters wide revealed itself in the fog and slowly approached. It was not modern and looked more like an ancient ship from the 17th or 18th century. The blue and white sail was a little shabby and some patches could be vaguely seen. It was fluttering in the wind. At the next moment, the entire ship suddenly circulated with energy and a huge cannonball was fired. The giant cannonball emitted astonishing energy, and the bright blue light completely lit up the gloomy sky. Before the energy cannonball landed on the ground, Xia Yan could already imagine the power of the cannonball. Indeed, the other party was serious. In the past, even Jiang Shao thought that the Sea Phantom Lord who possessed the star technique, Star Phantom ship, was the master of the deep sea. Now it seemed that humans were too ignorant. The Sea Phantom Lord was just an existence of a higher level than the Sea Phantom skeleton sailors. However, it was not the true overlord of the deep sea in the past month. The land side was still able to fight evenly with the sea side, but now the other side was using their ultimate weapon. All of a sudden, the platinum and diamond quality yin-yang soul warriors and white-face dancers became useless on the battlefield of such a high level. The location of the giant energy cannonball was obviously the dense forest where the soul dancers were located. Run? This time, they couldn't even run away because the cannonball was too fast. Soul dancers, attack the cannonball! Xia Yan yelled decisively. All of a sudden, the yin-yang soul warriors who were retreating hurriedly got into a horse stance and launched heavy punches, pushing countless yin souls into the sky. The soul spirit of the paper ink book was covered in pieces of paper, and a series of explosions caused the pieces of paper to fly out and blast towards the giant energy cannonball. Xia Yan floated in the air and stared at the giant cannonball that was rapidly approaching. She frantically slashed out with her sword again, and the small hidden dragons dashed out menacingly. Han Jiangxue tried her best to cut to the back and cast words that represented peace in the world. However, the other party's star technique was terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Shao hurriedly put the holy cross on the two of them. At this moment, rumble, under the full blow of the legion, the giant energy cannonball exploded. Kacha! Kacha! The huge wave of air blew the trees on the island apart, and even the star beasts in the dense forest were pushed away by the wave of air. Their formation was in chaos. Buzz, the attack from the Sea Phantom battleship continued. At the next moment, everyone was in despair. They had tried their best to block the opponent's attack, and they were even thrown to the ground by the wave of air. They could not form an effective defense, and the cannonball was coming again. Xia Yan had a look of horror on her face as she slashed her sword again, and the small hidden dragons dashed towards the giant cannonball. Hiss! A dragon roared and a star dragon with bright skin floated out of Han Jiangxue's head. At the next moment, countless stars fell and smashed onto the beach. Oh lololololuo! A strange roar came from the Nethersea Lord's mouth. This group of skeleton-like Nethersea Lords had only appeared occasionally in the previous 3 battles. However, at this time, their numbers had covered the entire beach. Buzz! Buzz! One after another, the star-tranquil ocean ships rushed out, flattening everything on the island and rushing towards the huge star dragon. Jiang Shao hurriedly put the holy cross on Star Dragon and watched helplessly as the Sea Phantom ships rolled over Star Dragon's body one after another. Xia Yan floated in the air and curled up her body, enduring the huge wind and waves. The energy cannonballs exploded and released a shocking wave of star power that struck her body. Xia Yan was wearing the holy cross. Although star power and star techniques could not cause any harm to Xia Yan, the pure wind could make her sway. Damn it! Xia Yan cursed, which was rare for her. She turned her head around abruptly, and under the strong wind, Xia Yan's wet short hair was blown away, revealing her charming face. A star map of the big sword suddenly lit up in front of her. Come, let's go all out. Whoosh! At the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan's face stiffened and she hollered angrily, "What are you doing up there? Go down and hide." Although everyone had the holy cross, Xia Yan still hoped that Jiang Shao was behind her or hiding somewhere safe. Jiang Shao said, "Turn star transformation into martial arts and summon the big sword. You'll fall asleep too." With a sullen expression, Xia Yan said, "I have to smash that giant ship. Otherwise, this land won't be able to withstand it." While speaking, Xia Yan grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm and pulled him behind her. She then slashed with her sword again. The Sea Phantom battleship in front of them seemed to have gone head-on with Xia Yan, and a cannonball was blasted at her again. It was really like a mosquito being bombarded by a cannon. Whoosh! Just as Xia Yan stabbed the hidden dragon with her sword, a space door suddenly opened 20 meters in front of her. It was a huge space door that blocked out the sun. It was more than 100 meters long. Xia Yan's body trembled slightly, and the small hidden dragon dashed into the space door. The giant energy cannonball that was shooting over also rushed into the space door, without causing any wind or wave. Xia Yan turned her head abruptly and stared at Jiang Shao, who was behind her. After being stunned for a full second, she stammered, "This body?" Jiang Shao nodded gently. In the field tears domain, Xia Yan's eyes were already red, and at this moment, the layer of mist in her eyes became even more intense. She was just like a strong and fragile adult. When she was alone and faced everything, she was invulnerable and strong. However, when she returned home and saw her loved ones, she suddenly couldn't suppress the grievances in her heart, and the surging emotions made her extremely vulnerable. Xia Yan bit her lip and said, "You still know how to go back." Before she finished speaking, her eyes widened. She shifted her gaze to the area behind Jiang Shao. It seemed to be a huge foot that was a strange foot that was made of human flesh and blood, mixed with rocks and mud. One foot? Where's the other one? Where is it? Xia Yan continuously shifted her gaze upwards and raised her head. In the end, she even tilted her head 90 degrees, but she still couldn't see what the towering thing was. And at this moment, within the layers of clouds and mist, a huge palm tore through the dark clouds. It descended from the sky and smashed onto the sea phantom battleship that was flying in the sky. Rumble. The battleship shattered with a loud explosion. The gigantic palm smashed heavily on the beach, smashing groups of skeletons and crushing ships one after another. All of a sudden, a gust of wind rose and waves of air overflowed. The waves surged and the earth shook. In the sky, a face slowly appeared above the layers of dark clouds. It was a face that was made of rocks and mud mixed with flesh and blood. To Xia Yan, it was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. "This is Jiang Shao?" Xia Yan couldn't help but open her mouth wide and her heart trembled violently. She looked up in shock at the face that broke through the clouds. "We agreed to look up at the stars together. Why did you secretly become a god?" The face that blotted out the sky stared at the dense forest and beach below and suddenly spoke. The voice seemed to have come from the sky and spread out mightily. "Greetings, overlords of the sea. Welcome to land." The voice that resounded in the sky sounded like rubbing stones. It was a little unpleasant but extremely majestic. At the next moment, in the dense forest, the trees grew rapidly and the ordinary trees turned into flexible giant vines that spread towards the beach and lashed out wildly. Rumble. The earth cracked and the cracks that were torn out turned into abysses that absorbed countless marine creatures that fell into them. Then, the cracks quickly closed. During the violent shaking of the earth, sand snakes and mud snakes rose together and swept up sand, soil, mud, and rocks, forming vortexes that evolved into various natural disasters that exploded on the beach. In the dark clouds, the mysterious and huge face watched everything that was happening below silently and said in a hoarse voice, "I am your Father Earth." "Thank you, Alliance Master Feng Shuizong and Luohua, for the 200,000 rewards. The boss is generous. Thank you for your support." A 5,000-word chapter. May everyone read to their heart's content. Top. Chapter 1283. How big could an aircraft carrier be? In terms of length, the larger ones were more than 300 meters long, while the smaller ones were less than 200 meters long. As for the Nethersea battleships below, each of them was more than 300 meters long. To the humans, they were the real overlords. They were supposed to be massive, but in the eyes of Father Earth, they were pitifully small. A series of explosions rumbled, lingering in the ears. One after another, the terrifying sea phantom battleships were smashed by the huge palms and stomped flat by the feet. The towering Earth Phantom battleships that looked like an ancient deity displayed astonishing combat power that was beyond the limits of what humans could bear. The star beasts of the Star Advent 7th Regiment quickly retreated. On the beach, all kinds of natural disasters took place one after another, and none of the creatures that landed on the beach were spared. Xia Yan stood in the air in a daze, staring at the torn ground and the swirling sand and mud. She was dumbfounded for a while before turning to look at Jiang Shao beside her. What is this? Wait a moment, I'll explain when I come back. Jiang Shao then waved his hand and took out a few dragon concealment star beads from his space, before handing them to Xia Yan. Here, when I went to the dragon cave previously, I seized a few dragon concealment star beads. See if you can absorb the star technique concealment. Guard here first, I'll go to Shur and to take a look. Due to the fact that the dragon concealment star beads were relatively large, Xia Yan had no choice but to carry them in her arms. At the same time, she once again felt like she was being taken care of. Hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Xia Yan subconsciously said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Shao simply said, "Lead the troops well." He then disappeared. Hearing this, Xia Yan pouted her lips in displeasure and one of the star beads in her arms disappeared. It seemed that she had secretly absorbed a star bead indeed. The main body is indeed different. Clearly, both the bait and the main body were Jiang Shao, but Xia Yan was clearly superior to the bait. She suddenly became obedient when facing Jiang Shao himself. Jiang Shao left Earth Phantom Dawn to guard the stone port while he flashed to the Liaodong Peninsula. The Ludong Peninsula, where Celestial Advent 7th Regiment was located, and the Liaodong Peninsula, where Celestial Advent 6th Regiment was stationed, were across the sea. At this moment, Gu Shi'an was also leading his army in a deadly battle. "Be careful!" Ember let out a loud roar and threw the mist dagger in his hand, sending a snake sting flying from Wu Xiaojing's side. "I can handle it!" Wu Xiaojing raised her hands and a wave rushed forward. At the same time, she glared at Ember fiercely. The decoy, Jiang Shao, held the giant sword in his hand and hid in a pile of snow-white legs. He retreated while fighting. "Focus!" Don't get me wrong. Those legs might be white and long, but they're not good legs. It was the frozen walker's leg. Their image was that of snow zombies. Livor mortis could even be seen on their thighs. How could they look good? In the sky, under the leadership of the absolute leader, Bing Qilin, a few ice souls crazily flung their ice roars towards the coastline. Diamond Ice Roar. It was an absolute killing weapon. It was definitely a heavy cannon. The rapidly spinning ice vortex took away the lives of the Marine clan one after another. However, the creatures that invaded the Liaodong Peninsula were not the Sea Ghastly clan. They were a group of snakes that controlled lava and wind. Yes, snakes, 8-armed snakes. They had long and thin tails but thick torsos. The huge snake heads were covered in lava and their 8 arms were holding various lava weapons that were flying around randomly. Diamond-quality dark lava snake warriors. Among the group of violent dark lava snake warriors, star-quality dark lava snake sorcerers could be seen from time to time. The dark lava snake sorcerers were easy to distinguish. Compared to the 8-armed snake warriors, the snake sorcerers only had 4 arms and each of them was holding a scepter. Compared to the human and star beast armies on land, the dark lava snake sorcerers were more troublesome to deal with. As the lava scepters in their hands hit the ground, cracks began to spread. Within a radius of 100 meters, the ground could be torn open and hot lava sprayed out. The dark lava defensive shield made by the dark lava snake sorcerers and the ubiquitous purification, the dark lava tide, were also helping the Marine army to invade the land step by step. Hiss! Hiss! A cruel light burst out from the dark red vertical pupils. The red tongue in its mouth was spitting out with a hint of bloodlust. A group of marine creatures were controlling lava to fight. This world was really strange. Amidst the snowstorm, the sobbing of the ice demons could be heard from time to time. Ice thorns rose from the ground and stabbed out, tearing the dark lava snakes apart. However, the dark lava snake's defense was very strong, and the ice demon's attacks were somewhat weak. On the other hand, using Ice Roar to hit the ice souls had a more obvious effect. Star Advent First Group has assembled. Retreat in an orderly manner. Lure the snakes into the hole. Gushuren held a thorny shield in his hand and roared angrily. His choice of words was quite apt. Obviously, the shield in his hand was not an ordinary item. It was his star transformation weapon. It blocked the lava that sprayed over and over again. At the same time, it seemed to cover the body of the dark lava snake sorcerer with lava again and again. Reflected damage? More than 10 kilometers behind the coastline, Star Advent First Group set up layers of barriers. The army's bulldozers of the past were going to be used again today. The soldiers worked together to put up a defensive shield. The main thing was to wrap the ground under their feet with a defensive shield. Previously, the Star Advent Guild had been defeated because of the lava controlled by the Dark Lava Serpent Shaman, which made the soldiers of the Star Advent Guild suffer greatly. Being ambushed by the Dark Lava Snake race, Star Advent First Group had no choice but to retreat. Gushuren also had to lead 6 groups of ice race forward to buy time for his brothers and regroup. Ugh, ah, ah! A series of miserable cries resounded through the beach. These frozen walkers, who liked the wind and snow and the cold, formed a line of shield walls that were slowly retreating and were splashed by the scorching lava. From time to time, a few of the retreating figures would stumble and fall into the cracks beneath their feet. They would be melted by the boiling lava and be completely melted away. What was more terrifying was that many of the large frozen walkers were suddenly sent flying into the sky by the lava that suddenly gushed out from the ground. The process of falling from the sky was so cruel. Almost before they landed, most of their bodies were melted by the hot lava. Unfortunately, the holy cross that Jiang Shao used as bait could only protect a few people. It could not protect the entire army. The dark lava snake race continuously emerged from the sea and crawled in the bright red lava. They spat out their red tongues, and their red eyes flashed with a cruel light as they rapidly approached. Drops of lava fell on their bodies. Not only did they not cause any harm, but they also stimulated their desire to fight. Gushuren suddenly raised his head and roared angrily, 6th group. Everyone, listen up. Ice demon retreat first. Ice spirit in the middle. Frozen walkers hold up their shields and slowly retreat. Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. Right in front of him, a familiar figure wearing a cloak suddenly appeared. Gushuren was stunned for a moment and subconsciously turned his head to look into the distance. He saw that in the camp in front of the left, Jiang Shao the bait was indeed protecting the frozen army. He was leading the troops to retreat together with Wu Shaojing and Ember. Gushuren. A voice came and resounded through the sky. Here. Gushuren's body trembled. How long had it been since he heard such an inspiring voice? Jiang Shao the bait had always been by his side, but his posture was very low and he had always been the leader. However, the familiar figure in front of him, the aura revealed by the voice, at this moment, Gushuren did not seem to be the leader of the Celestial Advent 6th group. These 3 short words dragged him back to the elite tail feather squad. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark lava snakes that had landed raised their heads, bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they screamed wildly at the figure in the sky. One after another, hot magma sprayed towards the figure, but a white cross had already lit up in front of the figure's chest. The figure in the cloak stood in midair and shouted angrily, Gushuren, lead the troops and charge. Gushuren, yes. Gushuren had already guessed that Jiang Shao was probably the original body. Of course, he also understood that Jiang Shao would not let his brothers die in vain. Even though he had 10,000 doubts in his heart, Gu Shuren's body was very honest. He shouted loudly, "Celestial Advent 6th Group, all troops, charge!" Jiang Shao stood in the sky and raised his right hand. His body was stiff and he could not move at all. From his right hand, a white medical wave jumped out and connected to the nearest frozen walkers. Ring, ring, ring. Just at the moment when the medical light wave fell on the frozen walker's body, the heart-stirring bell rang. The rapidly jumping medical wave divided into three into 9. Ring, 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 ringed. A series of crisp and sweet bell sounds filled the battlefield that was full of wails, screams, and battle roars. Scorching sun bell. Under the highest quality bell, Jiang Shao was still unable to move, but the only light that was shot out became a medical wave that could be branched. Ring, ring, ring. In an instant, a dense healing net pounced on the tragic battlefield that was filled with the flames of war. Ever since Bell reached the star grade, it had become a continuous healing spell. The medical light would always hang on the target's body without stopping and quickly heal the target's body. It was also after Bell reached the star grade that Bell, which could be divided into 3 and 3 into 9, became a single line of bell. It would connect to as many targets as it had until it finally rushed back into Jiang Zhao's body, forming a closed loop. At this time, the highest quality scorching sun bell was no longer a single line. Every time the light jumped, it would split into 3 continuous output medical light waves that would plunge towards other healing targets. With the help of scorching sun the imprint, the choice of each light was extremely correct, and none of the dark lava snakes were taken care of. On the beach, the crying ice demons, roaring ice souls, and screaming frozen walkers were all covered by the terrifying healing net. Under Jiang Zhao's deliberate adjustment, scorching sun bell not only had the effect of healing the body, but it also had the effect of stirring up people's hearts and boosting morale. It was not just a healing net, it was also a call to charge. Scorching sun, it charged the bell. Ring, ring, ringed. A frozen walker, whose calf had been torn apart, was crawling on the lava-covered beach while screaming in pain. As a bell swept past, the already severed calf quickly grew back bones and flesh. And the frozen walker's wailing appearance also changed in an instant. The horror and despair in its eyes instantly turned into a burning desire to fight. Living dead, flesh and bones? Ring, ring, ring. In mid-air, the ice demon, who was crying in pain, was covered in lava. She was frantically tearing at her face and flying around in pain. At this moment, a bell flashed past. Her blood-curdling screams turned into screams. Her painful expression turned into an extremely gloomy and horrifying expression as she looked viciously at the ocean in the distance. Ring, ring, ring. On the lava-covered beach, a frozen walker with half of its face immersed in the hot lava was on the verge of death. Half of its body had already melted into dry bones. It had already given up resisting and was waiting for death to befall it. However, it was once again hung by a jumping medical light wave. Its broken body was being healed frantically, and in just 2 seconds, it suddenly opened its eyes. Its powerful big hands grabbed the ground fiercely, and it slowly propped up his upper body, turned his head, and looked at the sea behind him. Xing Lin Army! Charge! A roar swept past the side of the frozen walker. Gu Shuren swung his giant hammer and took the lead. Bang! 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 One after another, giant hammers fell from the sky, mixed with countless ice roars, and rolled on the beach. Above its head, the ice demon and the ice soul flew in the wind, and the dense ice thorns and ice roars swept. The frozen walker was stunned as it looked at its clansmen flying over its head. At this moment, a group of frozen walker army ran past him. They held ice spears in their hands and threw them frantically at the ocean. Charge! 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 A strange roar, a powerful voice. Ice spears that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on the ocean. The frozen walker looked at the scene in front of him dumbfoundedly. When he died, His clansmen were being brutally slaughtered by the dark lava snake clan. The ground was full of broken limbs and flesh, and the ground was full of melted corpses. When he woke up, everything changed. Ring, 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 the frozen walker knelt on the ground and raised its head in a daze. In the sky, there was a figure in a cloak with his right fist raised high. In his hand, there was an amazing energy, weaving a white and holy healing net one after another. The frozen walker suddenly climbed up, condensed an ice spear in its hand, and threw it fiercely towards the ocean. It ran with large strides and joined the Ice Clan army, roaring hoarsely, "Charge! Charge! Thank you, Kazakh, for your 50,000 reward. The boss is generous. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1284. The dark lava snakes were completely dumbfounded. For the dark lava snakes that had diamond and star techniques, most of the Ice Clan creatures were 1 to 2 ranks lower than them. The difference in ranks was terrifying, not only because of the difference in the quality of star techniques, but also because of the difference in physical fitness. Output and defense were difficult to make up for. Due to the fact that the dark lava snakes had special skin that was adapted to lava, the dark lava snakes also had a strong defense. However, even with this kind of defensive power, it could not withstand the ice spikes and ice roars that covered the ground. The heavy ice roar of the tyrant ice soul could even cause serious injuries to the frozen walkers. The ice souls that should have been afraid to attack were now swinging their ice roars unscrupulously. Why? It was because of the healing net hanging on the bodies of the Ice Clan. With the help of Bell, any injured Ice Clan, including those that were severely injured, missing arms or legs, or even those that were on the verge of death, could be revived in a second. The effect was simply terrifying. Jiang Shao did not have the ability of old He's Orange Bell to make the Ice Clan creatures invincible. However, at this moment, the Ice Clan creatures that were surrounded by Bell were almost invincible. "As long as you can't kill me in one go, I'll be able to recover in the next second." Hiss, woo, the dark lava snakes were scared. They were really scared. A dark lava snake was holding a variety of lava weapons in its 8 hands and waving them frantically. However, it was pounced on by a group of frozen walkers and fell to the ground. The frozen walkers bit with their fangs and tore with their sharp claws. As they attacked savagely, layers of frost began to spread on the skin of the dark lava snake. That not only slowed down the dark lava snake's movements, but it also made it feel excruciating pain. In the blink of an eye, one of its arms was torn off by a frozen walker. Dismemberment? No, it should be dismemberment. Hiss. The dark lava snake warrior was spitting out its red tongue in pain. It was screaming miserably. Its arms were being pulled back by the frozen walkers. The frozen walkers were crazily tearing them apart. The scene was so cruel. Finally, the dark lava snake became a real snake. All 8 of its arms had been chopped off, leaving only a lone torso behind. Well, it was not accurate to call it a snake. After all, the dark lava snake's torso was still wide and thick. Unlike its slender tail, it was not a real snake's body. Screech! Icicles sprang out of the ground and pierced the dark lava snake, who was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, into the air. This scene played out again and again on the beach as the Ice Race's army charged forward. The Ice Race army was like a flood, covering the sky and covering the earth, completely drowning the dark lava snake race. Hiss! An ear-piercing scream came from somewhere. Even in the chaotic battlefield, the sound had an unparalleled penetrating power. With this scream, the dark lava snakes quickly retreated and crawled toward the ocean. Run! Gu Shi'en's face was covered in blood as he fought fiercely. He swung the phantom hammer in one hand and threw it into the sky. The gods had fallen. The huge phantom hammer hung high in the sky. In an instant, a fine shadow of the hammer poured down, bombarding the dark lava snakes that were frantically fleeing toward the ocean. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Don't enter the ocean. After all, that is their territory. Jiang Shao, the bait, flashed behind Gu Shiren and said. Gu Shiren wiped the thick bloodstains on his face with one hand and then combed his mohawk hairstyle. Jiang Shao was stunned to see how suave he looked. What the hell? Is this what a man should look like? Logically speaking, if he used this action to put hair gel on his hair or something, Jiang Shao would think that he was pretentious, but he smeared snake blood on his head. What the hell, isn't a real man fishy? Is it too much? Aren't you afraid that the frozen walker will bite your head off in one bite? However, Gu Shiren did not do it. It was just a habitual action. He shouted, Celestial Advent 6 groups, Frozen Walker, form a shield wall. Ice Demon, Ice Soul, long-range attack. Stop advancing. However, the Ice Race Army, who were already in a killing frenzy, did not listen to their commanding officer. However, the healing net that they weaved suddenly changed from Blazing Sun, Charge Bell to Blazing Sun, Steady Bell. At this moment, the Ice Race Army that was still fighting suddenly stopped howling and screaming. They quickly quieted down. The silence was terrifying. In an instant, they turned into cold killing machines, silently harvesting the lives of the dark lava snakes. It seemed that, in this extremely calm situation, it was more efficient for them to work together to kill the snakes. Wu Shaojing stepped on the waves and stood above the beach. Looking at the group of figures that were frantically fleeing back to the ocean, she raised her right fist high. Her face was calm and terrifying, and her voice was sonorous and powerful. Victory! We won! Behind her, a group of frozen walkers held ice spears in their hands and hit the ground with the poles again and again. It was like some ancient etiquette, but also like they were declaring the sovereignty of the earth. There were no cheers, no applause, and no screams. In the big net woven by Blazing Sun, Steady Bell, the ice race was terrifyingly calm. They used their toughest and most powerful appearance to send the last psychological trauma to the dark lava snakes that had fled back to the sea. The voice of Fu Hei, the leader of Star Advent 3rd Regiment, came from the walkie-talkie on Gu Shiren's waist. Brother, where are we retreating to? We're ready. Jiang Shao touched the back of Gu Shiren's waist and pulled out the walkie-talkie. Push the front line forward. Come to the beach and be on guard to prevent the opponent from attacking again. Fu Hei was dumbfounded. What do you mean by preventing the opponent from attacking again? What about the first time? Is it settled? Our human bulldozer army hasn't even attacked yet? Are you kidding me? The strength of the dark lava snakes and the ice race is obvious. How can we send the dark lava snakes back to the sea? Did something happen? Well, Fu Hei did not know, but something did happen. To be precise, a person appeared. A medical star warrior that could change fate and turn the tide of the battle. In the past, the little toxic healer had turned the tide of the battle countless times in the arena. However, that was only for one person. At most, he could only help a team of 4 people. It turned out that the god-level medical support in the arena was just as effective on the battlefield. This time, the little toxic healer had saved an entire race and supported an entire faction. As long as I'm here, you don't have to care who the enemy is. Who cared if it was a diamond or a star? Who cared if it was lava or a volcano? Just do it. In the sky, Jiang Shao stopped ringing bell and slowly floated down to pick up a dark lava snake star bead. All of a sudden, a message appeared in the internal star map. Dark lava snake battle star bead, diamond quality, star technique, 1. Dark fusion. Condenses star power to summon a dark fusion weapon. The shape of the weapon is determined by the user. Platinum quality. Note: increases the power of the lava wave star technique while holding the dark fusion weapon. 2. Lava wave. Releases a wave of air mixed with lava to repel the target. Additional fire damage. Platinum quality, 3. Dark lava 8 arms. Passive technique makes the user's movements faster, reactions more agile, and coordination greatly improve. Diamond quality. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin. What a great battle star technique. This is probably the first time I've seen these deep-sea snakes, right? Jiang Shao thought about it again and again. He wasn't very sure if the third star technique, Dark Lava 8 arms, would really allow the user to grow 8 arms. Judging from the description, it doesn't seem to be possible. 8 arms should be the biological structure of the Dark Lava Snake Battle Star technique. This star technique only increases reaction, agility, and physical coordination. Second last should like it very much. After all, it's a stacked body state. In Liaodong, Jiang Shao was the god of medicine, but at this moment, he was the god of earth in Ludong. It turned out that Jiang Shao could replenish an army or even a race and change their fate. Similarly, Jiang Shao could also annihilate an army and a race. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The torn earth was spread all over the beach, forming a deep abyss. The mud and sand that were rolled up formed a vortex that was pushed towards the ocean. The thick trees that extended all over the sky were like flexible vines that whipped everything in the world. If the Ice Clan army in Liaodong was considered to have demonstrated their value, the Yinyang Soul warriors and white face dancers in Ludong would have an extremely poor experience. They were not qualified to join such a battle at all. Rumble, a violent sound rang out, accompanied by the shaking of the ground. Everyone watched as the gigantic foot lifted up and took a step forward. Xia Yan's mouth was wide open, and she looked at the terrifying foot. She tried her best to raise her head, only to watch as the foot moved past her head and stepped into the sea in the distance. To Earth Akatsuki, it was just a splash of water, but to the insignificant humans and star beasts, it was a huge wave that was stirred up. Then, from the place where the foot landed, countless amounts of soil and sand appeared, forcefully turning the ocean into a continent. It was really reclaiming land from the sea. On the sandy land that had just emerged, a patch of green plants quickly sprouted and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a deep forest. Rumble, the other foot, stepped into the ocean far away, and the seawater had already reached Earth Akatsuki's ankles. One could imagine how deep it was, but, similarly, a piece of land quickly emerged and connected to the coastline. Ah! Wu, the wave-chasing clan screamed in anger and horror, and waves of sound wave attacks bombarded the soul of the foot. However, they could not stop Earth Akatsuki no matter what. The sand and sand around the land quickly engulfed the creatures in the ocean and engulfed them completely. Leave this place. In the sky, a hoarse voice came from the dark clouds. The majestic body was like an ancient god that connected the earth, the ocean, and the sky. Maybe I can't find a way to live in harmony with the ocean. However, I have the ability to protect this land, the hoarse voice said in the dark clouds that did not match his temperament. Revenge, vent your anger. Please go to another continent. I'll guard this place. You'll never be able to advance. I said it. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by the ear-piercing cries of the wave-chasing clan, the ocean army left behind skeletons all over the ground and broken ships. They quickly fled and disappeared into the distant ocean. Poke bait Jiang Shao suddenly felt his waist being poked. He turned around, only to see Xia Yan handing him a star bead. Bait Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Have you successfully absorbed it?" "Hey, there's one left for you." Xia Yan nodded, but she looked worried. "What you said just now. Although the civilians of Stoneport have already evacuated, I'm afraid many people will hear your voice. You're really different now that you've become a team leader. You've learned to consider the impact of society?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, What should I do then? I'm just an insignificant person who can't guard this world. It's enough for me to guard a piece of land. Xia Yan had a peculiar expression on her face. You? Insignificant? You? Small? You? Your head has been pierced through and I can only see your shoulders now. I can't even see your entire body. You're telling me you're an insignificant person? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Shao had poked his face out of the dark clouds previously, Xia Yan would have even thought that it was a headless body. Xia Yan smacked her lips and said, "What kind of star map is that? It's too terrifying." Jiang Shao nodded gently and said, "I went to study and met an ancient goddess. Her name is Gaia, and she's the Mother Earth in Western mythology. I thought her star map was good, so I made one." Xia Yan was speechless. Jiang Shao raised his hand and gently wiped the tears on her face. "Okay, don't cry, it's all over now." Xia Yan stared at Jiang Shao in a daze and suddenly snapped back to her senses. She said with a furious expression, Who's crying? These are domain tears. These are the accompanying effects of domain tears." Okay, domain tears. Jiang Shao smiled and patted Xia Yan's head. "If you don't want to be the leader, just tell me. Life is very short. After trying, you should also choose a suitable position to survive. There's no need to be so stressed." Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao stubbornly and stomped her feet forcefully. "I can do it." Jiang Shao suddenly gasped and said, "Ah, damn it, don't step on me, it hurts." Xia Yan got a great shock and hurriedly floated up. She was at least 10 centimeters above the ground and looked at Jiang Shao worriedly, as if she had done something wrong. However, Jiang Zhao's expression changed, and he looked at Xia Yan with disdain. "Xia Era, you think you can be the leader? How can you hurt your Father Earth with that little weight of yours? You're overestimating yourself." "Ah!" Xia Yan trembled in anger and landed heavily on the ground before stomping her feet angrily. "I'll trample you to death." "Shut up." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, it doesn't hurt. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao succeeded and Xia Yan's attention had indeed been diverted. The gloominess in her heart had also been swept away, but? Damn it! Xia Yan is so angry. Chapter 1285. Jiang Shao, who had participated in the 2 battles, temporarily stayed in Liaodong land to guard one side. While he was stationed there, he also launched a new plan. Although the mission of the army was urgent, Jiang Shao believed that the marine camp would be able to restrain themselves for a while under his ruthless methods. At least, the coastline of China would be stable for a while. Of course, Jiang Shao would also create a few more Earth Dawns and station them along the southern coastline of China. He would hand over all the information reporting, communication, and guarding matters to the decoy. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who had been staying with Second Last, had also found his so-called superior. As soon as Jiang Zhao's main body appeared on Earth, the Star Arrival Army had already sent the news to Second Last. She also contacted Jiang Shao, the decoy in the Scourge Ruins, immediately, but she didn't expect to be asked to stay. Her Scourge Ruins was obviously a safe place, and they didn't have to worry about eavesdropping on them. After listening to Jiang Zhao's report for a long time, Second Last finally realized that he was going to make a big move. Besides, it's probably going to affect the entire world. Second Last was rather curious about Lu Dong's Earth Dawn, but at this moment, she suppressed the doubts in her heart and quickly followed Jiang Zhao's train of thought while listening to the information he was reporting. Everyone was still focused on the battle between the marine and land camps, but Jiang Shao had his eyes on Hopkins. With confidence, he was ready to fight with Hopkins. Second Last crossed her arms and leaned against the air wall of the Scourge Ruins. She looked at Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the ground in front of her, and nodded gently as he spoke. After a while, she said, "In that case, you already have the ability to capture him. Not only that, but you also found a way to hurt him. Yeah, before returning to the Earth dimension, I used Star Warriors Era to infuse Star Warriors Era, which gave me a second round of enlightenment and allowed me to understand the secrets of the 5th page. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and continued, all of this is traceable. Jiang Shao then raised a finger and said, the first page of Star Warrior Era is about increasing the realm of star power and stimulating the potential of the human body. The second page is about reducing the realm of star power and weakening the potential of the human body. The third page was relatively balanced, and the functions of weakening and stimulating star slots coexisted. The fourth page was about understanding the essence of star techniques and converting any star technique into pure star power for output or resistance. And the fifth page is, following Jiang Zhao's train of thought, second last suddenly said, understand the essence of star power and transform it into various star techniques. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second last suddenly felt a little offended. Jiang Shao looked like he was looking at a retard. 2 words were clearly written in his eyes. Naive. Inexperienced. Second last squinted slightly at the sight of his gaze. Jiang Shao lowered his eyelids obediently. At this moment, he suddenly transformed into 3 tails. He muttered in a low voice, the 5th page is also reversed. It can shatter the effect of the 4th page and return everything to normal. There were no people from Star Warrior Era. He was always on the first level, seeing the mountain as the mountain, seeing the water as the water. Star techniques were all star techniques, and so were their effects. Those who owned the Star Warrior Era reached the second level after opening the 4th page. The mountain was not the mountain, and the water was not the water. All star techniques and effects could be understood as pure star power. After the 5th page of Star Warrior Era was opened, he arrived at the 3rd level. The mountain was still the mountain, and the water was still the water. In this world, there were countless types of star technique. Hence, there was a reason for their existence. It would be irresponsible to maliciously erase the effects of all star techniques and trace everything back to its source. The world was only real and wonderful because all flowers bloomed. The 5th page of Star Warrior Era would not have any effect on ordinary people, but it would be a devastating blow to the people on the 2nd level. Those arrogant people who thought that they had seen through everything in the Star Warrior world would eventually understand the reason for the existence of star technique. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, second last said with a sullen expression, if the 5th page has such an effect, Hopkins shouldn't have given you Star Warrior Era. Jiang Zhao said, in fact, Hopkins shouldn't have given me Star Warrior Era in the first place. Second last nodded in agreement. Indeed. Jiang Zhao said, in the past, I didn't know why he gave me Star Warrior Era or why he urged me to study it. Now, after I turned into a Star Warrior for the 2nd time, I finally know. After the 2nd enlightenment, I not only saw through the 5th page, but I also saw half of the 6th page. Although it's only half a page, it can express a lot. Second last asked, what's that? Jiang Shao said, it's a body. It's not a human body, but a human shell. Although it's only the lower half of the body, I can clearly see the cracked skin and the scorched earth. It looks rather sad. At this point, Jiang Shao sighed gently and said, it's clearly just half a picture, but when I look at it, I feel a strange feeling. An irreversible sense of powerlessness. I don't know why, but when I see this picture, I feel a sense of powerlessness and guilt. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace and say, damn it, really? It's so strange, as if I owe someone something. Second last said, language. That old guy's real motive is probably to let me understand the last 2 pages. He's probably been troubled by this extreme psychological state for decades and is about to die soon, so he urged me to help him understand the star map. However, I have a hunch that the last 2 pages don't seem to be about the function of turning into a star warrior. Instead, they seem to be telling a sad story. That should also be the reason why Hopkins is so obsessed with looking for the outside world. I can clearly feel that it's not a human structure, but a life and a person. This half of the map was like the old woman standing on the bridge. It kept beckoning me to explore the mystery of its existence. Ever since I saw this half of the picture, I've been feeling guilty and the desire to explore it. It feels terrible. I only felt better after I saw Xia Yin and argued with her. Second last was speechless. Forget it, forget it. Let's get back to Hopkins. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and continued, people like him will never give me a second chance to capture him. Besides, there's no doubt that once I fail, I'll incur his terrifying revenge. This was a ruthless monarch-type figure. He was extremely selfish and would do anything to achieve his goals. Ever since he appeared in front of me, he's been wearing a hypocritical mask and threatening me to do whatever he wants. You know how he threatens me. You and I both know very well that once he doesn't get what he wants, he'll definitely take action. He's like an unstable bomb, and age is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. We don't know when he'll explode. Now that he thinks he's close to the truth, he's still exploring the Dragon Cave. Once he spends a certain amount of time and energy and fails to get what he wants, it'll be the beginning of a real disaster. We have to get rid of this crisis now. The battles on land and at sea are already troublesome enough. If he's indifferent and doesn't care about anything, it'll be terrible. Such a person is definitely the kind of person who will let the world die with him. The only thing that keeps him sane is that he still has a glimmer of hope and a goal. Second last caught up with Jiang Zhao's train of thought, and she could tell that Jiang Zhao was desperate and determined. During Jiang Zhao's lengthy speech, she also realized the severity of the problem. Even a righteous and kind-hearted person would not necessarily become like this after all hope was shattered. What more Hopkins? With a single thought, Hopkins could kill all the Golden Feather Clan members who had followed him to the north and south. With a single thought, he could imprison all his closest comrades and deprive them of their entire lives. No matter how nice Hopkins was to Jiang Shao, he had to see through his motives. Why was Hopkins so friendly to a stranger? Was he trying to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm? He could even imprison Gaia, who was his most beloved woman. What was Jiang Shao to him? Hopkins had a human body, and he was already in his twilight years, but Gaia still had a long life ahead of her. Why should she be imprisoned alone in the isolated world of Ocean Ridge? Hopkins didn't care at all. He was the center of the world, and everything in the world served him. He could do whatever he wanted. Second last said, in that case, cater to his goals and give him hope. You can now teleport across dimensions, but he can't. You can deceive him and take him to the outside world to take a look, but you can throw him into one of your calamity spaces. It's up to you to decide whether to kill or imprison him. Jiang Shao frowned and sat on the ground while rubbing his fingers together. He was conflicted. After thinking about it for a while, he said, I can teleport with him, but the problem is, just like me, he has top-notch avatars. There are at least 9 of them. Although they don't have the highest quality star techniques, they have the Star Warrior Aerostar map, and can still bring danger to this world. Hearing this, Second Last looked a little embarrassed and turned to look at Jiang Shao. After the main body dies, will the Jiao Yang quality avatars and bait still exist? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and subconsciously put his hands on the ground to support himself. He then shifted backward. Is this girl trying to experiment on me? Second Last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, I can't hurt you anymore. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and said, It's all because you bullied the weak and made others live in your shadow for the rest of their lives. Second Last was unwilling to bear such a heavy punishment. She said, We've only known each other for 5 years. Jiang Shao blinked with a peculiar expression. Why do I feel like we've known each other for a lifetime? Second last opened her mouth slightly but didn't say anything. Perhaps, to the two of them, too many things had happened in the past 5 years, and it was indeed a long time. If they were to write a story, it would probably be more than 4 million words. Business, let's get down to business. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and said frantically. Since we can't verify it, we have to be prepared. I think most of Hopkins' avatars should be in the Dragon Cave at this time to help him explore the only dimensional space that has been opened in this world. After all, he's finally found some clues after so many years. He'll definitely do his best. Yeah. Jiang Shao nodded and agreed with second last's deduction. Regardless of whether there are Hopkins avatars in the Dragon Cave or not, I'm certain that his main body must be in the Dragon Cave. Second last asked, huh? Jiang Shao said, as I said just now, avatars can't improve the quality of star technique. Hence, Hopkins, who has the Ocean Ridge world, must be his main body. The guards in the Dragon Cave have also stated that he has never come out since he entered. Second last also provided Jiang Shao with a piece of information. Ever since Hopkins entered the Dragon Cave, he's been on a path of no return. Now there are soldiers guarding the entrance of the tunnel in the Dragon Cave 24 hours a day, and they're opening a space door at the entrance. Hopkins can't come out anymore, and as long as he tries, he'll be imprisoned in the soldiers' space. Jiang Shao said, that's also the reason why I'm hesitating. Can he put all his avatars in the Dragon Cave? Such a person will definitely leave a way out for himself. How could he not have predicted this situation? So, when he wants to come out of the Dragon Cave, he'll definitely use his avatar on Earth to create trouble in the Dragon Cave in order to ensure that his main body can come out normally. Second last said in a hoarse voice, in that case, go and destroy the Dragon Cave and force him to come out. Force his avatar on Earth to appear. Use your decoy to set up an ambush in the Dragon Cave, and use your 5th page to crush the 4th page of his avatar. End everything. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, all of this? I'm afraid we have to execute it simultaneously? Yeah. Second last nodded and said, we can capture his clone and kill his main body to see if those clones will die. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, well, the advantage is that after the Dragon Cave collapses, the 4th page of the Star Warriors era won't be able to withstand the disaster. The cracks in space have nothing to do with star technique. It's purely the collapse of space. Being able to survive definitely doesn't depend on strength, but luck. Second last thought about the plan carefully and pondered for a while before saying, we can't be sure how many avatars he left on Earth. But this plan is already relatively perfect. There might be changes if we delay any longer. Every minute, every second we waste here, Hopkins may come out of the Dragon Cave. Once he comes out, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if you have the ability to hurt him and arrest him, you won't be able to stop him from creating trouble. In fact, I can also negotiate with him and really bring him to look for. Second last interrupted before Jiang Shao could finish his words. Stop. Jiang Shao looked up and asked, huh? Second last squatted down and looked at Jiang Shao with an intense gaze. Hopkins is not an ordinary person, nor is he an ordinary criminal. We can't negotiate with such a person. Today, he can threaten you to do such a thing in order to achieve his goals. Tomorrow, he can take this piece of land and ask you to do anything for him. As long as you still care, he'll be able to get everything he wants from you. His selfish desires and ambitions can't be satisfied by your compromise. Compromising once will mean compromising for life. That's a path of no return. Minimizing the risks and dangers is the greatest responsibility we bear to this world. Looking at second last's serious expression, Jiang Shao nodded silently. Second last's voice was hoarse and firm. Let's go, I'll go with you. Peek. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.